Hello, hello. Welcome to another live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot. It's great to see you all here. Thanks for coming along. Today we're taking our very first flight on the A330 Neo from Headwind, which is a freeware aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And we're going to do it in this fantastic retro Air New Zealand livery, also on flightsim.to. So I'm really excited about this. A lot of people have been asking me about the Headwind. Every time I've streamed recently, Headwind A330, have you tried it? Have you tried it? I remember a while back when the first A330 came out, this was years ago now, for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and we had there was some issues with it, and it wasn't compatible with the A320X and all of this stuff. But now that seems to be gone. This is a standalone aircraft. You can download it on flightsim.to and put it in your community folder, and here it is. So that's what I've done. Let's try it out. It seems to borrow a lot of the avionics from fly-by-wire, which is no bad thing, and it's got a model. I think the 3D model is from Project OpenSky, who have been around a long time making excellent freeware models for simulations. So it's great to see a sort of teaming up of the freeware projects there to bring us a heavy aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So very happy to see this one here. Equally happy to see you all join us. So thank you for coming along to this stream. Syrup makes a good point, which is sadly Air New Zealand don't have any wide-body Airbuses. They only have narrow-body. They do have the 777 and 787. Yeah, so apologies. We are, as ever, inaccurate. But nevertheless, I don't mind. I think that the airlines swapping between these aircraft is a big topic, actually, and why we have so many twin-jet wide-body aircraft, and airlines often seem to have several. But there we go. It's something we could talk about later on. But anyway, Sam, good to see you. Dave Geimer, I hope you're doing well. Dave likes the Air New Zealand safety videos. Yes, very good. Ace, James Atkinson, flying along. Excellent, James. Thanks for coming along. Looking forward to it as well. About 3-hour flight time today, everyone. So a longer flight. This is going to be a more relaxed, long-haul-esque stream or something like that. Yeah, it's going to be, like I say, over 3 hours, which is rare for me to stream that long. But I thought we've been away for so much time, and I haven't had the streams I wanted to get done, so I wanted to do a proper one today, a nice long one. Isaac, good to see you. Mariner, howdy, I hope you're doing well. Mariner says, I hope you're ready for a lot of questions on 2024. I'm looking here in the background. Good to see you, Mariner. Shame I can't answer any questions on it, as I know nothing more than anyone else. But yeah, anyway, Dan J. Stretch, I hope to see. Oh, sorry, good to see you again. It's been a while. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. We're doing well here. Thanks for coming along. We haven't been streaming as much either, so you haven't missed too much. Z-Way Lee as well. Good to see you. Flight Sim, thanks for coming along. Atul, I hope you're doing well as well. And Piano Learner, great to have you here. Piano Learner is set at work. Excellent. I hope that goes smoothly for you. Mr. Banana, good to see you. Freddie Lowe, that's Cirrus Pilot. Excellent. Cirrus Pilot flying along as well. Fantastic. And Chox Hawaii is going to be listening in the background. Excellent news. So, Noah says, flying with today, what gate are you at? I don't, I do gate 4. Gate 4, I'm on gate 4. Is the weight and balance accurate? We shall find out. I've not actually done a full flight with this. I tested it out to make sure it all worked and got the thumbnail, but I need to give it a go. Mimoku says, first time watching your live stream, and I'm a rhythm YouTuber. Good to see you, Mimoku. Thanks for joining us. So, let us jump in to the airplane. Long flight, like I said, so we're going to get ourselves underway relatively promptly. This is ultimately a A320 enlarged, and the Neo fact that it's a Neo is not too relevant. Airbus aircraft are incredibly capable, and what you get is the fact that they are largely similar, because the A320 is almost as capable as the A330, as the A380, as the A350. And that's unusual. So it means that a lot of the flows and everything can be the same, and it's why Airbus keep their flight decks so remarkably similar. The A350 flight deck looks very different, but you still operate it in a similar way to the A330. The A380 also looks different, but it's still operated in a similar way, especially when it comes to the sort of more important items, such as wind shears and all this sort of thing, and the normal takeoff flow and landing flow and all of this stuff. So that's how they get away with having these on the same type rating. So if you were to fly the A330 Neo, you could also fly the A320 on the same day. That is a thing that some airlines are interested in doing. Just looking at this visual model, I haven't had a really good look at it yet. Very clean. This is an issue I have in general with airplanes. I like them to be grubby, but that's because I spend a lot of my time seeing aircraft up close. So I feel like I always expect them to be grubby. This is immaculate. But a really nice visual model, and this is the key feature, isn't it? These strange blended wings that they put on the A330 Neo, which strangely are similar but not quite as pronounced as what they put on the 350. But it's funny, Boeing have gone for this on the Dreamliner and the 777, the longer 777s. Airbus have gone for the sharklets for a long time on the 330, 340. A380 didn't get anything, got the wingtip fences. So yeah, interesting to see the combination. I wonder why they chose that for the 330 Neo but not the 350. This was originally going to be the 350, of course, but then they developed that into its own thing. But yeah, looking down the wings, we do have some nice grime behind the speed spoilers, if I can get the name right. But yeah, pretty basic texturing. I mean, nothing to complain about. I do like that though. You can see the slight sort of difference in the metals behind the spoilers there. Nice, very nice. In terms of dimensions though, clearly an A330 Neo. Like I say, they've nailed that blended wing at the end. Nice big engines, which are Trent. I've already forgotten the name of them. Let me consult Wikipedia. I promise we'll get going fairly soon. I won't spend 25 minutes talking. I probably will. I think presumably there's several options. Trent 7000. There you go. So, yeah, nice big Trent engines on there. Let me just get my streaming software all set up correctly. Good. Yep. How often do they wash them in the real world? Yeah, not very often. Not very often at all. They can get really grimy. Afternoon, Peter. I hope you're doing well. Plucky underdog. Mixed feelings. Interesting. Okay. Mr. Banana says, really looking forward to see how much of the airline and Airbus knowledge transfers to the A400. Me too. I've been in an A400 flight deck, and it's interesting. It looks very different sort of machine. That is not quite as compatible, but there we go. And this is what Airbus did to make it look modern. They put the goggles on the windows, the classic sort of Neo look, but they haven't actually changed the windows. They are the same old style 330, 3 windows you get. Good to see though, the modeling, that is the correct shape. So there we go. Right, let's jump in and get it loaded up. Pretty similar sort of flow. But by the way, if you do your walk around on this, you can see how big it is. Look how tall the flight deck is up there. The nose gear is massive. Again, it's pretty basic modeling, but I can't complain. No way I'm going to complain. But yeah, the size of that engine, and then the wing just goes on forever. Lovely, really pretty. We're using the flight beam scenery. They have some of my favourite sceneries out there, so that's why we've got a few airplanes set around us. Right, Cirrus pilots in Gate 7 in the Jetstar. Excellent. We will be on VATSIM. Route is available. Gate 7. But yeah, sadly I haven't got any model matching that's working clearly. I need to sort that out again. Yeah. Anyway, inside, pretty standard Airbus. This shares a lot with the A320 or the A320NX, so it's almost the same. There are some differences. They've got slightly different thrust levers, as you can see here, which, funnily enough, I calibrated pretty much the same as my A320NX one, so I didn't have to do anything with that. Over here, the gear, I'm pretty sure in the 330 Neo, let's just have a look. The gear is in a triangle formation. Let's see what Airbus published on their website. Well, they've got a picture of a HUD on their website, which I'm pretty sure most don't have. And that is not a useful picture of the gear. But yeah, the gear switches are in a slightly different position, I think, in the 330s. Yeah, so it would be a triangle. The clock would be out of the way. There's a different sort of manual release. Pretty much like the 340, 600 we have from Toliss. A new external and cockpit model is pretty advanced already. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. So it's just some minor differences, but largely irrelevant to operating the aircraft. Really like it. They did do, like I say, they did the thrust levers, and they've done the window. So this is the strange handle. I mean, it's a bigger window, I imagine, so it's got a slightly different handle to the Airbus's one. The 320 one, which is at the back there. And then we get the A320X sort of fly pad over here. All very nice. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. You probably all know this already. Anyway, let's do the engine masters off, mode select norm. Weather radar is off, picture winch off, landing gear lever down, wiper selectors are off, batteries, good voltage. Check auto. What we got here? Commercial guardian cab. So this is, yeah, pretty standard. And external power. Third MCDU, yeah, that's right. There would be a third one, wouldn't there? Which would be back here somewhere. Again, it's not going to make a big difference to your simming, so I can't get too excited about it. I see they changed the colour of the FCU. Is that what? Are Airbus going for a more whitey sort of LEDs here? No, I don't know. I don't know when the Aerosoft 330 is coming out. I'm afraid. I would like to know that as well. So there we go, powering up, and we will carry on. We'll do the APU fire test. No, we won't do that. There we go. We could start it up. Let's just do the engines while we're up here. Good. We are going to check the... That's interesting. One of the doors are open. The avionics bay door, perhaps. We've got oil, which is there. Loads of oil. So does it have... You know, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head if those are different doors. There's 4 main doors, so that would be like a 321. So yeah, no, they've got the right number of doors there. But we've got oxygen and hydraulics are all good. Flap 0. Active pressure. Speed lever retract disarmed. We're all good. Into our flow then. So yeah, as Chaos says then, this is the same unchanged overhead. Definitely seems less yellow. But there we go. In terms of the lighting. Seatbelts off for now. And you've got some options in the fly pad as to what you'd like to change as well. Things like you can have, instead of no smoking, you can have gadgets on and off. But that was a phase, like we talked about it with the ATR, that came and went very quickly. Already you're allowed to use your gadgets most of the time, so pretty pointless. Yeah, engine fire test we did. Good. Let's get some lights on. Always need the lights. And this is freeway. Yes, you can grab this. You can download... Oh, there's the yellow. There we go. It's because the lights are off, obviously. You can grab this off the flightsim.to. Amazing. Just download it. Super simple. Thanks to all the hard work of fly-by-wire. Ah, here we go. Yes, they put the PFD brightness over the right place. Ah, this is good stuff. This is really good. I didn't expect so much to actually have been changed. Yeah, excellent. Love it. And we'll do the ECAM. What about the blinds? Have they done the blinds? 330 has ones here, I think, that fold down. No, that's still the 320 style. There we go. But they've done the side blinds. There you go. Excellent. Good. And we can go in here. And this is shockingly similar. There you go. Trent 7072. I love it. Let's get the lights on. Yeah, this is very similar to the... Um, 32 or 320. Let's see if I can get this right. There's some options here I haven't seen before. AOC, let's initialize it. Hopefully it will load in our flight. Just had to give it my sim brief number and it can do all this stuff, which is great news. Can it print? There's no ATIS. See how foggy it is or isn't. The Chaos says, can't wait for the new model. So is there a new model for this coming? Oh, and you can download, they got their own installer. Oh, there you go. Didn't know that. Apologies. Also working on the A330 Neo and A330 Neo. Wow. And they're doing a remodel. Fantastic. Very kind of these people to put the effort in. That's sent. Received. There they are. Print, please work. Yeah, so this is quite a late version of the 32NX systems, isn't it? Very good. Yoink. Oh no! Unless it goes somewhere else. It goes over there. They got a little clip over here. Excellent. So, 2209, 12 degrees, 1016. Let's set the QNH. One 1016. 1016. Good. Good, good, good. Right. I've never flown A330 Mariner. I've been in one, but I've never flown one. It's from that sort of mid-generation, so yeah, 777 age. Let's request our flight plan. Brighten this up a bit for you. All loaded in. Look at that. Love this. So that's Auckland to Melbourne. It's quite a long way. Oh, what's going on here? Ah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been pointed out to me that I'm connected in the wrong airplane. What is the code for a 330 Neo? Oh. That'll be A338. Okay, so apologies about this. fact, that's wrong because we are in a A339. This is the 900 variant of the Neo. Perfect. Thank you for that. Good. So yeah, light westerly winds. No air traffic control to think of. We're going to depart from 23 left, it seems. 3,500 meters, massive runway. 23 left. Let me just double check that. We got it wrong in New Zealand last time we were here. And we are going out via, they put OSRAP. And that will take us to OSRAP, and then our route should connect up from there. Actually, no, it doesn't. What was our first point? Sorry about this, but this is what it's like loading up a route. Ooh, we want the Pebbleu transition. There we go. Insert. And that won't work yet until we align. There's our route all the way through Pebbleu. Oh, and then it loses it, but we're supposed to go from Pebbleu, November 759. See if I can make that work. To Sasro. It's in the database. There it is. Okay. Oh, it's just not joining the dots. There we go. Let's do that. Okay, good. Secondary does not work. No surprise there. Good. Thanks, Galiar. Then you'll be asking about Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Yeah, I will be interested. We'll talk about that as we get going. Plenty of time to do that. I'm going to focus on getting going here because I'm conscious of time. Wind, let's load that in. It's such a nice flow, this aeroplane. Nicer than the real thing to have all of this load in. Good. Right. Now we need to load the weights. So, let's go over here. I want this to be a bit brighter. There we go. It all just works. Isn't that good? Let's get the jet bridge on. Get the fuel truck out here. Ground power should stay. It's a great livery, this. Really like it. So, I've loaded in the data. There it is. We're taking off. Alternate is YSSY, Sydney, I guess. And we got our route there. Got the weather. And now we're going to go to ground fuel. So, 26.5 tons, short flight. And let me just see what SimBrief said. So SimBrief said 26.5 tons. Yep. And that was based on 3 hours and 37 flight time. That's longer than I thought. We better get going. And 15 minutes contingency, 1 hour 7 alternates, and 30 minutes final reserve, which is 2 tons. So I don't know this airplane at all. I don't also know how accurate the fuel bin is. So let's go 31.5 or 31.3. There we go. Let's do fast refuel. Refuel, please. Payload. We click on download. Wow, it's an economy airplane. There we go. And let's begin boarding. And that's done. 0 fuel weight, 153 tons. It's supposed to be 161 tons. That seems low. Strange. 161. Okay, well that's what we're going with. So now, if we go into our MCDU, can I just do that?
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight
153
deck,
too. Oh, here he is again.
Oh dear. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here.
Block fuel is still going on. We agreed we are loading up to 31.3. You can load this in advance, but you need to be really careful that you do actually get the right fuel on. There it is, 31.3. 184 tons takeoff weight, 10.5 tons extra, 2 hours. But that's because it doesn't have an alternate fuel figure. We said our alternate fuel figure is 5.3.
152, taxi 23 left via Fox, Kilo and Alpha.
That should drop us to sort of 5 tons extra as the fuel we've done. There you go, 5 tons extra. Good. Performance then. It's a long runway. We're pretty light. I feel like flap 1 is possible, but we are essentially guessing. I don't actually know the flex numbers on this aircraft. They're probably a bit lower. Let's try 45. That's low for the 320, but it might be pretty reasonable for this aircraft, if I remember from the Toliss 340, which I don't. Trying to remember. Simple livery. I think they look the best, isn't it, Kay? Yeah, totally agree. And I love the lines. Love the lines. Lento says, hey, huge question. Do you guys have the Microsoft Flight Simulator version or the Xbox app version? This is the Steam version I'm on.
Auckland traffic Qantas 154 heavy, stand 3, once the company has passed behind.
JJ Stevens says, howdy sir, how are you liking 330 Neo? I love it so far, yeah. The load up has all gone as I would hope. We got the performance. I might go flaps 2. I've scared myself. Last thing I want to do is run out of runway on a stream. So obviously, heavy aircraft would have a performance calculator. We're going to have loads of power because of the fact we are in a light long-haul aircraft. There we go. So boarding's complete. Fuel is on. We got our 31.3 as we wanted, and we can check on the fuel page in the right place. Excellent. Good. Next is just checking that departure. So that's the transition. Transition altitude 13,000, pretty high. Put terrain, I imagine. Let's put the terrain on. I don't have Simlink running actually. Won't matter, we're over water most of the way. Ozrap departure. Auckland approach automatically after takeoff. Doesn't give us an initial stop altitude. MSA in this area 3-4. Let's do a classic 5,000 feet. Flight directors are on. 139, 146 climb over 152, 5,000. That all looks pretty sensible. Good. I think we're pretty much ready to go. I'm using the Thrustmaster Airbus side stick with this version, indeed. We're on 1228. Let's run the checklists. And I'm going to use their internal checklists for this. Because why not? They're here. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity we've checked. Seatbelts. This one is a checklist. On. ADIS nav. Barra F1216. Foresight. Parking brake is on. Takeoff speeds thrust entered. Windows closed. So we can run our little flow. Beacon on. Thrust levers idle. Transponder to auto. Windows closed. Flight deck door should be locked. It's not. So there we go. Did that actually open?
Auckland Tower, New Zealand 999, pushback to start base west.
Ah, it makes all the noises. I was going to say, I'll be pretty impressed.
Once again, we'd like to welcome you on board. Your safety is our top.
There we go, okay. Yeah, so that is the beacon on, and you can see it flashing over there. Excellent. Foresight checks complete. Off we go. So we need to get rid of that jetty. That would help. Goodbye jetty, goodbye fuel truck. Oh, and this is why those checklists aren't pretty... I'm not sure. Those checklists, I don't know. They're not even enough to catch these quite basic things, I suppose. Jen says, how does the MCDU calculate optimum altitude? It always shows up as dashes for me. You need to put the weights in. Once it has the weights and it knows a few more things, then it can do it. So, on it page. It won't do it now until we're going, but we're going to cruise at 380. And on the progress... Oh, no, sorry, we'll do it now. Yeah, on the progress page, it will show you optimum 37. So it takes into account weights, winds. It can do the upper winds because you've inserted them. So if it knows there's a lower jet stream, it can actually suggest you fly lower. It's very good system. Right. That's good. Let's get our drone camera in the right place now. So I was very pleased to see, as I want with all add-on aircraft, this... Oh, it's a shame actually, you can't quite see... What view do I want? What do we want? I would go for the cabin. I think we'll go with that for now, maybe? You can hear those fuel pumps running away. New Zealand traffic... sorry, Auckland traffic, New Zealand 129, pushing back stand 4. Good. So that fuel truck behind us needs to get out of the way. Aside from that, let's get the tug. Yeah, if it always says 390, Stephen, then that's probably not 100% reliable. I mean, the maths that go into that calculation are vast, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's not as accurate as the real aircraft.
23 left.
Peter Green says, don't think there is a cabin, so it wouldn't look great if opened. Fair enough. Fair enough. Right, let's have a quick look around. Let's go. So, they'd ask you to release your brakes. I'd start the clock. Away we go. Start up engine number 2. So, starting 2. Ah, that's didn't manage that. See that item. So the APU and the overhead panel is a major part of the normal checklist in the Airbus, but it's yeah, totally missing on these ones. Right, now you get your pressure. Starting 2, and we'll just. I thought we got rid of that GPU. Oh, you need to stay on the page. I'm surprised it still shows. Anyway, we won't worry about that. Keep it going straight. Get some nice audio. Hope you guys can hear that. Sounds great. Pol9, thank you so much for the 11.99 euro super chat. Really appreciate it, Pol9, with the pair saying thank you. Thank you, Pol9. Really very kind. Let's listen to the audio. Guess that's it. Pretty much up and running. Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it, Pol9. Very kind of you. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for supporting the channel. Let's try and get. No. That way. And now we'll start engine number 1.
Auckland traffic, Jetstar 232, taxiing runway 23 left via Kilo Bravo and Alpha.
Thank you, Pol9. Really appreciate it. Oh, this could be one of our best ever pushes. Look at this. Stop. Ah, fantastic. Look at that. Oh, I'm happy with that. Heaviest aircraft, and we managed. There goes the tug. And we've had our wave. Engine started. They're up and running. Oh no, it's not started yet. It's accelerating still. Quite slow to accelerate. There's the EGT dropping. High fuel flow. That's good. So they are, so far, believably 330 engines and not 320 engines. That goes off. That goes off. That goes off. You can hear the bleeds coming on there. Flaps 2. Gross weight CG 30. No, 23.3. Ah, quite forward. Interesting. 23.3. Good. So that can turn off. And we go back to our checklists. After start, anti-ice not required. ECAM status checked. Pitch trim 23. Rudder trim is at neutral. Next is the taxi flow. So we'll get the lights on. They've changed the lights here. I like that. Just one landing light. So they've done that correctly. We'll do runway turn off, and we won't do landings, obviously. Right, let's figure out where we're going. And then you're getting to Pol9, of course. So we've got a long taxi. We're going to go to 2-3. We're going to go out. I'm going to take Juliet and then Alpha. New Zealand 129 taxiing to runway 23 left via Juliet Alpha. That sounded like I said Juliet Alpha and not Juliet and Alpha, but there we go. Engines warming up. Let's get moving. So, can someone tell me about the sounds on this? This sounds different. Let's do a brake check. There it is. We have flown the 330 CEO, of course, in joining the queue in X-Plane 12. The default one, which frankly is far less advanced than this. So having a look at the flight controls, 330, a big thing that long-haul aircraft have is split control. So the 330 has 2 ailerons on each side to do with redundancy, you can imagine. However, what doesn't happen is the spoilers don't move, which is, I believe, yeah, it's the same as the fly-by-wire. So the spoilers are working on here, and in fact they've increased the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Yeah, very good. I think there's 4 and then 1 in the middle ground spoiler on the 320. We're all in the queue. Yeah, this is great. Look at this. Love it. It's dawn, by the way. I've accelerated time slightly here in New Zealand because it's obviously late night. Yeah, that wine is good. I like it. Let's hear it again.
Auckland traffic, New Zealand 999. I'll hold band at the section here for you guys.
Awesome. That is actually something the X-Plane one does ridiculously well as well. That sort of whir and whine. Peter says, I often find the trim to be off. Okay, well, we've gone sort of a nose down trim, so that should be better than a nose up. I don't want it getting airborne early. If it uses up the whole runway, then I can at least trim it back. But if it jumps into the air, that's a bit alarming. So let's finish up the flight controls. It looks like it has just one elevator on each side and one rudder, but it does have the split ailerons. Pretty cool. Feel nice and tall up here. The taxiways do look small. I love this scenery so much. It's just amazing. The most airporty scenery I've used. Let's get these screens brighter so you can actually see them. So we've done our flight controls. Let's just review our SID because we haven't actually talked about it that much. We're doing the OSRAP. We're going to take off and fly straight out. It's pretty good, really, going up to 5,000 feet. I'm going to put the radar and predicted wind shear, put the TCAS to TARA. I'm going to do
please prepare for takeoff.
max auto brake. Give the cabin crew a bing bong, and we'll do our takeoff config. There we go. Company message.
New Zealand 238 taxiing runway 23 left via Juliet Alpha.
That was just our other meter. I never read the first one. There we go. Good stuff. Interesting. Look at that. I drift slightly off the line and already that main gear gets closer and closer to the edge. Taxis nicely. We're at idle power and it's just sort of rolling along. This is great. What a treat to get to do this. And this is an advantage of the Airbus, but it's still lovely. I don't have the Melbourne scenery. I don't know if there are any good ones. I'm sure there are, but sadly I don't have any. So that's why I thought I would depart from the one I had proper scenery for. It's a monster. 330s are big aeroplanes. Don't make no mistake. It still confuses me why there's a 330 and a 350. Also note, they've captured that sort of nose down sitting it does on the ground. 777s sit almost nose up. 330s sort of aggressive nose down. This is the headwind. Steven says, I don't know why you don't get the CFG setting until the engine's running. So, the CFG, I in Sims, I cheat. I set it from here. But the reality is, it's calculated from the zero fuel weight CG and then the fuel added on, and that gives you your gross weight CG, right? Which makes sense. In real flights, we calculate that and we tell the airplane. The airplane doesn't know where your weight is. So I know the zero fuel weight CG and the takeoff weight CG before I enter anything into the aeroplane. So in the real aircraft, you don't set the CG from the box. You set it from the numbers you know to already be true. So that's why it doesn't actually need to show it earlier than that, because it's a number you've given it, if that makes sense. Oh, what's happened to my camera? Oh, it's just sort of moving. There you go. This is quite a good system. I like it when airports do this. They have a loop. So if somebody gets here and isn't ready, let's say a passenger suddenly feels ill, the camera crew haven't had a chance to get ready yet, or there's a slot restriction on their flight, they can go and sit over here out the way. Let's see if we can get this turn right. Yeah, I quite like the white lights. I'm just a bit curious. I didn't know the 330 did that. So I'm going to get past the centre line, and then we'll go full lock rounds. Beautiful sounds. Think that worked out well? Yep, that's pretty close to be behind a heavy aircraft. You'd be smelling the exhaust, although we're getting close to behind this 330. Now this is interesting because we look a lot bigger, but that could just be the camera angle. We look a lot bigger than that 330 in front. By about twice. Okay, looks a bit bigger there. This has the EFB. Yep, the EFB is here from the fly-by-wire. So let's see. Taxi, flight controls we've checked. Flap settings, config. Let's just check we have the 2 and the 2. Radar PWS on auto. Engine mode select norm. Eco memo takeoff, no blue. This is line up. What's going on?
And Auckland traffic Qantas 154 will line up runway 20.
That's a good headwind for takeoff. Excellent, excellent.
Meow.
Oh dear, we're getting meows. I thought we're on the other side of the planet, we wouldn't get that sort of thing. 7-minute taxi, not bad. Keep a listen out for other traffic. I read that the white lights are an option when ordering an A330, but not standard, says Bernard. Interesting. There you go. I have never landed this, by the way, either. You're going to get, and that's very rare for me. I would always land an add-on before I go on stream with it. Let's line that nose. Oh, that's actually a breach. We've gone over the line. Wonder where it is out here. We were clear to line up after, surely.
Auckland traffic Qantas 154 heavy, taking off runway 23 left, Austria 1 power departure.
New Zealand 129, lining up. Auckland 23 left. Auckland traffic. Yeah, maybe I'll go back to FSLTL, Mariner. Yeah, I had performance issues, so I stripped a lot of things out of the sim. That's why we're in this situation. Yeah. Oh, so pretty. This is such a treat. I'm absolutely buzzing. This is great. I love flying heavy aircraft. Let's see if we can line up from the flight deck. Another mission. I wish Flightbeam could just do every airport. They're so good. I reckon there. We'll go hard right. Oh, that might not be enough. Please be ready to copy down a number. Tower 1 speaker. Yeah, they would. They would for that. Look at the shadow. Love it when the shadow's like that and you can see your controls. And you can hear the hydraulics whirring with the flight controls taking the strain. Okay, I think we overcooked it a bit. We definitely left. Significantly left. It's a shame. I almost want to be on the outside for the takeoff, see those wheels, because we don't get to see four bogeyed aircraft, as it were. New Zealand 129 taking off, Auckland traffic 23 left. That really cool. All out of sequence. Right, are we all ready to go? I think so. We'll do a stop takeoff. I want to hear the engines. Yeah, we're doing a straight out, as Sirius says. Oh, look, we've got a fancy TCAS. Now, this is a new... Oh, we'll talk about this when we're going. This is a fancy version of TCAS. I'm pretty sure it can also show you the flight number. Right, we've lost our auto brakes, but that's the problem with my hardware more than anything else. Let's go. Takeoff. Half side stick. 50%. I'm pretty sure that's the same on the 330. Oh, slow. Slow. I like it. Brake released. Man, thrust, SRS runway, but that hasn't worked. That still hasn't worked. Alright, Mantoga, SRS, runway, order thrust is blue. My flex number can't have been valid.
New Zealand traffic,
80 to 100 knots, set to neutral. And this is the sort of stuff that will be kept the same between these fleets. V1, rotate. Now I'm assuming it has a rotate law. Positive climb. Gear up. Nav. And away we go. Yeah, very light. We're not even full of passengers. Toga takeoff, and we have hardly any fuel for an A330. Beautiful. Yeah, I assume the 330 has a rotate law like the 320 Neos. We shall find, well, we won't find out. It feels very nice. Quite sensitive in pitch. Bringing the thrust back now. Thrust climb. Climb. Auto thrusts. Flaps 1. Beautiful day here in New Zealand. Stunning. Look at that wing.
Auckland traffic, New Zealand 99, tech number 123 left.
Sorry about that. Right above the S, flap 0. In they come. Autopilot 1. 250 knots. Up to 5,000. Flaps are at 0. Speed brake retracts. And we're cruising at 380. Let's go and claim it for ourselves.
Traffic 9404, waiting to line up. That will be after the arriving 7.
Standards. And there's our flight level 380 in blue. And we're done. We already did the TCAS. We're not doing the packs. We missed the lights. Not the end of the world. Approach checklist is next. Okay, well, anyway, we've got the gear up, we've got the flaps up. And we'll leave them strapped in for a bit longer. Excellent. This is a great departure, isn't it? Easy SID. Well, that was great fun. This is a nice, a great add-on. What a treat. Why push down up to 100 knots, asked Pablos. Surely it's more likely to jump around at faster speeds with more lift, or is it to do with steering? So, it's to do with the engines underneath the wing here. So if you set high power and the aircraft sat on the runway, that is it's underneath, so it's pushing forward underneath the airplane, trying to lift the nose up. And at low speed, all your steering, as other people have said, is coming through the nose wheel. As you get over 100 knots, you're using the flight controls more, so the rudder's doing that impact. But yeah, so you're just, by doing that, the jet blast goes over the tail, helps keep the nose down and keep a little bit of weight on that nose gear for that initial bit of steering, which could be really important if you have a sudden gust or a low speed engine failure, something like that. Man, this is freeware. This is available for free on flightsim.to. So how long did that take us? Oh, it took us a while. I thought we'd done really well there. I got too excited during the taxi out chatting. This is going to be quite a journey. Got a bit of extra fuel, so we can definitely speed up. I mean, yeah, let's try 50. Option 37. I think we'll get there at 121. Well, that's nonsense. We've got 1,500 miles to go. Let's try 90. It's just tiny changes to that speed. It usually jumps a bit more than that, but there we go. Anyway, through 10,000 feet. Lights are already off. Seatbelts can go. I'm going to go to airport. Have a look at the fuel. Almost 2 tons already burnt. Yeah, thirsty airplane. But added onto our 29.5, that gets to our 30.6. Excellent. You have the stable version, so no VNAV. Indeed, this is just from flightsim.to. So yeah, no VNAV, that's fine. So I guess that's why it doesn't know the timings. Yeah, Chaos says you definitely want some reduction in pitch reactivity. Yeah, I will have a look for that. I will have a look for that indeed. And that's it now. We aren't going to see much land until we reach Australia. So get used to this view. That's long haul for you. The only difference is it's daylight. Galia asks, isn't the A330, is the join between the displays a good reference for the centre line? It seemed to be. It seemed to work in the similar way to the 320, as far as I can tell there. The landing excuses are in already, says the serious pilot. Indeed. Peters Green says it's a butter machine, so I'm going to have to stick to my excuse if I've never landed it. That's always difficult. It's difficult to live up to it if people find it easy.
Auckland traffic, New Zealand 99, passing flight level 100, climbing to flight level 340.
James is flying as a New Zealand today, not with Speedbird. Unusual. And there's New Zealand. Goodbye. We'll be back in a few hours. This is the real flight number, by the way. 129 flies from New Zealand to Auckland, but it is, lo and behold, in our beloved little Airbus minibus. So I put airport on, but as you can see, they're disappearing behind us. So this is... But essentially, this would be... I don't know if it's far enough to count as ETOPS, but it's the sort of thing you might be considering. Is what you're going to do if your engine fails. I think they are 10 miles out. Let's see if we can overtake our colleagues there. We'll do our best. Yeah, so I've made SimBrief come up with an ETOPS plan for me. I don't fully understand ETOPS, but I enjoy toying with it. So we are... New Zealand is obviously going to be our return point for a while. And then it will become Christchurch, which we will use until we get closer to Sydney, and then we will finally use Melbourne. So that is the plan. So Christchurch and Sydney become our ETOPS alternates. So we've got options here. It said valid on ETOPS 120, and so we can go one engine for 120 minutes. Now, something to point out about ETOPS is, look at that, great, shows all the queue of traffic. ETOPS is a planning tool. Once you're in the air, you do what's safest. That's my understanding anyway. There we go. They've definitely got some different muck on the windscreen compared to the fly-by-wire. A little bit grubbier. This time of year, the windscreens are getting covered in insects. That is a continuous theme. Yukiko asks, when you say it doesn't have VNAV, does that simply mean that the computer disregards any speed and height reductions and just follows the path? I believe this is like when the A320X didn't have VNAV, so it doesn't have a descent plan. It can't do a top of descent arrow, things like that. So it's got nothing to tell you. I don't think it would even fly in DES mode. We should find out, but I don't think so. It would obey restrictions in the climb, says Bernard. There you go. Piano Learner says, would you consider doing a video podcast about why you swapped airlines from the Q400 to the A320? One way you could edit it beforehand so that you're not in danger of oversharing. Yeah, ask if you can put that question into the podcast question section of the Discord, and that's a question I can definitely answer. Yeah, happy to do that. Noah asks, what is ETOPS? ETOPS is Extended Twin Engine Operations Performance Standards, I think. It is basically what twin engine aircraft have to do, or it's rules that twin engine aircraft have to follow in order to be allowed to fly a long way from home, i.e. a diversion airport. Now, when you had 4 engines, like when you're in your jumbo jet, it didn't really matter if you lost an engine over the water like this, because you had 3 engines to carry on. You could safely fly across the Atlantic like that. But now we only have 2 engines. One of those fails, we're on 1 engine. So if you're a long way over the water, like the middle of the Atlantic, then you're on 1 engine. It's not great, because what if that engine fails for another reason? Very, very unlikely, But what ETOPS does is it's designed to make it even less likely that could happen. So the aircraft are inspected more carefully. They are monitored for things like all the engine maintenance is obviously monitored very closely, like it is on all aircraft, but there's additional restrictions and requirements. Your ETOPS alternates are carefully planned, so it would be sure that you have ETOPS within a certain time range from where you are en route at any one moment, but it's a time range based on an engine failing. So ETOPS 120 means you are within 120 minutes of an airfield if you were to lose an engine. So at your single engine cruise speed, which will be lower because on single engine you had to have descended, so it would be slower. But if you're single engine and you're lower down, then you can take that aircraft for 120 minutes before finding somewhere. So airlines love it. Airlines want to be certified, and they want aircraft that can be certified to ETOPS, because no airline wants to fly 4 engines if it doesn't have to, if it can just fly 2. So you go around with your 2 engines, and then you can have it planned to be further and further away from alternates, which means you can have more and more direct routings, and that's how you fly over the Pacific, and that's how aircraft, these days flying over the Atlantic, it used to be 747s and DC-10s. Why do you think the DC-10 had 3 engines? But now it's all 777s, A330s, 330 Neos, and all of this sort of stuff. You do see 767s still, but yeah, you don't see 4 engines. You don't see 340s anymore, really, not across the North Atlantic. Mr. Banana says ETOPS, engines turn or passengers swim. I've never heard that. I like that. Very good. That's good. Oh yeah, Chaos got it as well. I hadn't heard this joke. I've not heard it. I suppose ETOPS has just not been a part of my life, being on short haul. That Cirrus pilot says, I worked on ETOPS aircraft on C-checks 75 and 767, and there are different people on different systems. I was only allowed to work on the right-hand engine and not the left-hand, so mistakes weren't carried over. There you go. This is how careful it is. I didn't even know that. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Thanks, Cirrus pilot. Yeah. So if you're tired and you're having a bad day and a mistake slips through, it won't get to both engines. You can't accidentally put the wrong screw in each engine. Yeah, clever. Clever. Noah's going to Sydney. Well, maybe your diversion was Melbourne, Noah, so maybe you can go straight to Melbourne. Lone Gamer says, quite a few airlines are switching to the A350. Yeah, so the 330 is a curious one to me. It's a bit smaller. It's more competing with the 787, it seems, but I'm pretty sure it's bigger than the 787. Because their big selling point is that it can save you a bit of money compared to a 787. But that's because it's a cheaper airplane to buy or lease in the first place. You got 102 orders. Oh, sorry, 102 operating right now. 187 backlog on the orders. Yeah, it's the 350 is even, I believe, is more efficient. But it's obviously a more expensive airplane. It's also a very big airplane. But still, it is surprising that we have 330 Neos and 350s. But I suppose if you have the 330 sitting there, you want to do something with it. Spend all that time developing it. Oh, there you go. Liana says ETOPS is now called EDTO, Extended Diversion Time Operations. Interesting. Yeah. There's always a new acronym around the corner. They can always make one that you don't remember. Through 30,000 feet. Looking good. Looking good. Burnt over 3 tons now. Might as well put that to standards. We're well over the water. We're not going to see anything out there. Because for the first hour of the flight, we're going to return to... Our only option is to return to Auckland. Sorry, Christchurch. Christchurch is now our alternate, yeah. This is a very different feeling for me. I don't do this. I don't point at the water and set off, but long haul, very normal. Very normal. No Gamer says, think BA using 350 in the future as they stop using 747s. Yep, BA has 350s indeed. But we were talking about this earlier, so British Airways has 350s, twin engine wide body. They've got 777s, twin engine wide body. And they've got 787s, twin engine wide body. And it's true of a lot of airlines. ITA have 330 Neos, but they also... I don't think they have any triples. I know Alitalia had triples, but it's one of those things. Emirates is a bit unusual. I think they did have some 330s, but now they don't. The HCK says, can't wait for the DFD A350. What's the DFD? I haven't seen that. DFD A350. Digital Flight Dynamics. It's going to be a freeware A350. Wow. Surprising the amount of good freeware we're getting in Microsoft Flight Simulator. ETA is now Airbus only. Okay, so Alitalia did have some Boeings, but yeah, there we go. No, it says, do you reckon I could do a cheeky diversion to Melbourne? Well, it may well have been your planned alternate. Sydney's our alternate, for example. Bernard says, is there really a non-stop flight from Auckland to Melbourne bypassing Sydney? That surprises me. Yeah, I think there is. I thought it was non-stop. Let me have a look. The sky's gone very dark. I think some thunderstorms are building up in the UK. As they have been the last few days in the evening. Yeah, non-stop. Yep. Auckland, Melbourne. So it's flown on a A320 Neo. Very, very efficient aeroplane. Holds a lot of passengers for its size. Have you ever done medium haul in the 320? I've done long flights. I've done 4 or 5 hour flights in the 320, which I would class as medium haul, I suppose. Ah, there you go. Peter says Virgin have, of course, 330 Neo, 350 and 787-9, all pretty similar, yes. Although they got rid of the 330s and then brought them back, didn't they? It's no coincidence the DFD people share devs with fly-by-wire. So this is... It's funny, we're getting really treated to the Airbuses, aren't we? So we'll have the 380 from fly-by-wire, 320 Neo, 350, A220 from Synaptic. Fantastic. Tyson, good day to you. I can hear the lightning now. Lone's wife is BA cabin crew, flies all sorts now with new contracts. There you go. Mr. Banana says there's a great clip of a Lufthansa 747 losing an engine out of JFK without warning, without wanting to declare an emergency. Yeah, exactly. 747 isn't going to be worried about that. The HCK says, I love how one can switch from the A320 to the 330 all the way to the 380 and globally have the same flow and have it ready to take off with minimum research, at least in sim. Exactly, yeah. That's the treat. That is the treat. She's starting to struggle. This is a factor of the high. We put in a very high cost index. Usually, if you increase the cost index, the recommended maximum optimum will reduce. Still the 375, so 380 should be no trouble. What's the ceiling of a 330 Neo? That's another question. All stuff we can look up as we go. Sorry, I was just reading a little bit there about the Neo. There is some serious thunder. Hope I don't lose electricity. Yep. I might have to go and close some windows in the house. We should see how it goes. Dougal, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're doing very well. Lewis says, what's it like flying in the heat as UK in the middle of a heat wave right now? So I do have a hot weather video operation, or hot weather operations video. How are we doing on our colleague up there? They're actually getting away from us. 15 miles. Keep trying. Yeah, hot weather is fine. The Airbus is very good at it. The Airbus has very good air conditioning. So I'm talking about the A320 here, the one that I fly. So all of them, the 319, 20, 21, all of them have very powerful air conditioning packs. One air conditioning pack is more than enough to cool down the airplane on the ground. Some aircraft I know, things like the 747 I've heard, have struggled with that, but the 320, no problem. Dash 8 was also occasionally struggling to actually get itself to cool down, but the air conditioning packs on the 320 are super. It's why when you board in hot weather, or more importantly humid weather in the A320, you can see this sort of steam coming out of the vents, and that's because of the dew point of that back out star. There we go. So yeah, it's not really an issue. You do your walk around in the heat, you get all hot and sweaty, but you get back on the airplane, you can cool it down quickly. Often we'll only run, if passengers are boarding, they're usually always boarding on the left side, so you might turn off pack 1 while they're boarding if they're using stairs. If it's a jetty, it doesn't really matter. So then you can just do pack 2, just a bit less noise, because it is very noisy with the air conditioning packs on. Here we are then, Mac out cruise, nav, and TK's point below. 180 tons, fantastic. But 4 tons, 26 plus 4, that makes it 30. 30.8, 31.3. Makes sense. Good stuff. And now, let's wind up the scale. Now, I believe the 330 range would go higher than the... Let's see if I can bring up that picture again. Usually long-haul aircraft will have a larger range. 320 miles is not really enough for long-haul. Can't imagine I'm going to find a good enough picture of the 330 Neo flight deck for that. There's a YouTube video from Judge Planes. Seems like there is a HUD available. Can't imagine many airlines are paid for a HUD though. There's Delta, they might have. That's a video as well. Anyway, yeah. Tyson says, I've not seen that TCAS with stick airplanes. No, so I've not either. There is a new sort of TCAS that we haven't seen on the channel. There's a TCAS that shows you the aircraft, the direction, the call sign, the vertical speed, things like that. This is not actually that. This is just effectively a diamond, isn't it? In fact, it's not quite as good as a diamond, but it does show us the direction, I suppose. I think that's what it's doing there. So you can see the aircraft. I wonder if one was to turn around, whether we would see that. But otherwise it's just showing us the usual climbing, descending and distance information for us. Now, are we gaining on our friend? They were 15 miles ahead, still 15 miles ahead. What can we get to? 8.4? Pretty fast. So they got the faster operating speeds. That's good. So that's what I really like about this add-on. It's not... I was worried that, you know, fly-by-wire avionics. So we're going to be sitting here in a A320. But actually we're getting all the limitations. We're getting the engine, the fuel flow, all from the 330. It's good. It's very good. I like it a lot. Just seeing what else I can click. Oh, some sunglasses. Very nice. Very trendy sunglasses there. What's this? Aircraft description. Excellent. Is the wardrobe the same? I don't actually know if it's the same on the... This is the 320 wardrobe. I'm assuming the 330 has a bigger wardrobe because long-haul, or bigger flight deck in general, long-haul aircrafts would have proper jump seats because the third pilot, there's often a third pilot and they have to sit there for a bit longer. So these are the sort of short-haul jump seats just used for training and the occasional crew member. Very nice. Loading Gamer says, I still remember my wife flight crew flight as I watched first flight crew flight as I watched on Something Feeling Very Proud. Silly me, but that's like 20 years ago. No, fantastic. Reason to be proud. Matthew Presley says, going through the Airbus type rating right now. My goodness, the number of computers involved in flight control systems, ELACs, XFACs, SFCCs, multiple of each, etc. Matthew Presley, what's going on then? What airplane are you going on to? What's happened? Is that command? Because you were CRJ, then 76? It's amazing. In England and in the UK and in Europe, changing type rating is such a big deal, and airlines do everything to avoid it. But in America, it seems very common. Peter asks, have you ever flown into LXGB, Gibraltar? Landed here this morning and turning onto a final on the Westie, I thought, wow, that's a short runway. It is indeed a short runway. I'll just check I've got that right. Yeah, Gibraltar is one of the shortest out there. It's fine. It's not an issue, although you definitely don't want a tailwind on that one. But yeah, Gibraltar's good. It's a good destination. It's quite a fun bit of flying. I feel like our colleagues in front have accelerated. GD1135 says, serious pilot. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Noah's diverting. Excellent. Joining us in Melbourne. Matthew says, A320 family, 319 to 321, going tray table and footrests. Yes, that is the way to go. There's nothing like it. It's such a comfortable flight deck. Is that PA? It does look fancy, doesn't it? Like a 787 or something when you're there. Yeah, well, congratulations, Matthew. I'm not sure. Yeah, I wonder what... Well, we don't want to ask too many questions, but yeah, fantastic. Excellent. Enjoy the Airbus. It is great machine. Great machine. And it is a comfortable and capable machine. That's what I was told before I went on it. Capable. And that stuck with me the whole time I've flown it. Because it just works. And it can do so much, even when it's had issues. It can carry on. Dougal, flight's over 3 hours. It's actually a bit longer than I thought. I thought it was 3 hours 10. It says 3 hours 37. The wind must have picked up. I should have done it the other way. So yeah, at Satro we're going to climb up to flight level 400. But yeah, this could be we're definitely going to have a couple of breaks in this one. This is probably the longest flight I've done since my last long haul stream. Which, funnily enough, was a similar part of the world. It was down to Australia from the Maldives, wasn't it? We're going to cut down on that flight time too. We are racing along. Decimal 5, look at that. Probably a bit close for comfort in the real aircraft because you've got no option, any turbulence, and you're going to overspeed. But you're going for just 44 minutes. So time to go, according to the overlay, 2 hours 47. Chaos says you should have flown the Tailwind 330. Indeed, indeed. I planned this flight yesterday. And it was not quite as long. Richard V, good to see you. How are you doing? Really great to see you. I hope you're doing very well. It's been a long time. Oh, more lightning outside my window. But yeah, great to see you, Richard V. James says, I can't wait to fly on my own for the first time. Going to be so surreal and so close. You're so close. James going through his PPL. Getting very close to the first solo. Fantastic moment. Very exciting. I don't know if you can hear the thunder now. Getting pretty serious. Matthew Presley then is going to a new company, final company, one of the big carriers, isn't ever going to disappear, one of the ones with more than 10,000 pilots. Well, that is fantastic. Well done. Congratulations, Matthew. It's nice to see the market in America has moved on from COVID and is recovered in such a strong way. Really great. Enjoy it. And yeah, Airbus, it's just the way to do short haul, no doubt in my mind. There's a reason it's so popular. Serious Pilot says, I am decimal 812 and getting 300 feet per minute in the climb to 382. Yes, because if you're trying to climb like that, it could be a bit tricky. Oh, I think we're making ground here. 13 miles. Bernard says it has a major road across it. Yes, although Tom Scott did a video and said that Gibraltar's road no longer gets used. They've got an alternative route now, which I didn't know. Crispy Chips says... Sorry, let me get to the right message. The rear wall here is inaccurate. There's no circuit breaker panel in the 330 on the rear wall. It is just reset buttons on the overhead panel, CVs and avionics. There you go. Yeah, yeah. So this section is 320 through and through. Interesting. Yep. Getting things like electronic circuit breakers now, aren't they? So all change. All change. Joe P says, I just got my command on the 320, flown the 747, 57, 67 and 777 before that. Quite interesting airplane. I really like it. That's good you like it. Some people come from the Boeings to the 320 and they complain. And it depends which Boeing you've flown. If you come from a 737, they tend to like the 320. If they come from a heavy Boeing, then long-haul aircraft are obviously usually pretty lovely, so they tend to think the 320 is not quite as nice. But in all cases, the way we operate the 320 and the capability, I keep repeating myself, but the capability of it is remarkable. It's fantastic. So Kel says, morning, how is this plane? I have heard a lot of people talk about it, but never tried. I really like it. Don't expect the world from it. It is largely the 32NX, but it has been correctly modified for things such as fuel flow, the windows, the overhead panels slightly. So it's largely modified to make it feel like you're flying a 330, and I think it succeeds. I really do. They got the right panel here. Very nice. No, it says, what runway are you flying into? I haven't even looked yet. Let's have a quick, cheeky look. Right, here we go. Melbourne. 020 at 20, it's breezy. So, northerly, runway 34. Winds on the right, yep. Runway 34. That's what I'm expecting. But we've got a few hours to worry about that. It is definitely breezy. See, they're 2,000 feet above us, so they're going to have a slight advantage in true airspeed, and also depending on the winds. Vi Kirby says they just had crossed the ditch a couple of days ago. Full vacuum coverage in this sector. Oh dear, I didn't do that. I always miss out on these things. I've been really struggling to get the streams out. I'm so sorry that it's been so long between streams. Thank you all for coming along today. And yeah, it's not normal to have such big gaps, but it's happened because of the work has been busy and a few other things. And I think I mentioned on my last stream, but it's likely to be, I'm going to be a bit busy for a couple of months. But then hopefully as autumn comes round, we'll have time for plenty of streams. I'm looking forward to it already. So there's Flight Dispatch 320 asking how's the summer schedule been so far. Yeah, so it's busy, and there's some other stuff going on which is making it busy. Wow, proper thunder. That's going to start causing some interesting days out for people. I'm just looking on the weather radar in my area. Not too bad, not too bad. I reckon that's 12 miles now. I think we're getting ground here. We're at 38. Could go to 40. I'm pretty sure it can't go to 42. Maximum in here is 40, so we won't try going any higher. Flight Dispatch 320, thanks so much for the $6.26 tip. Really appreciate it. Flight Dispatch says, glad to catch a stream. It's been a busy few weeks of work, as I'm sure it has for you. I hope you're well and safe flying. I am very well. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it, Flight Dispatch. And I hope the same for you. I hope your turnarounds are going smoothly and not too much disruption. And thank you so much for the tip and support on the channel. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very kind of you indeed. Right, let's see if I can get these messages in the right order. I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to skip through some messages. Richard V says, hi, I'm good, thanks. I hope things are well with you. Managed to catch a live one for a change. Thanks, Richard V. It's great to see you here. Richard V has been around since the very beginning of the channel, over 3 years ago now. So yeah, fantastic to see Richard again. That serious pilot says, with a thunderstorm in the area, I suspect I'll get a power cut on final. Yes, I'm worried about the same thing. Like says, I'm having ridiculous performance issues since the last update. I haven't changed any settings. Have you experienced anything? No, I haven't. Touch wood. I've had plenty of performance issues over the past, but yeah, so far. James is 7-7 behind. Flight level 380 hanging on. So let me jump onto VATScope. Let's see how. Oh, no, not that bad. How it all compares. And what we're going to do is a bit of flight testing as well. I want to test out this airplane, see how it handles. So, VATScope. scroll to the other side of the planet. And there's a little queue of aeroplanes setting off over the water bravely. So there's the Jetstar. Then there's the Qantas. Then there's us. So Qantas is doing 434. We're doing 448. So we're going to probably not catch up. And there's the 999, which will be James. Poor old James flying the 320. Yeah, doing 413. That gap's only going to get bigger. Everyone else is in. Oh no, we're going to catch up with the Jetstar. They're in a 320 Neo. Qantas is in a 330-900 along with us. There you go. Kevin says, just won a massive sports gambling bet, so it's time to update the sim rig. Fantastic. Enjoy. Not that I would promote gambling or betting, but if you've done well off it and you want a new sim rig, then that's a nice way to treat yourself. Service altitude of a 320, James, it's 390. That's what you're going to get out of a 320, and that's provided the weights are okay for it. Thanks so much to Ziwei Lee for the 5 SGDs. That my knowledge has failed me. Singapore. I thought it was. I should have said it, but I didn't want to say the wrong thing. There you go. Singapore dollar. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, G. And G says, "Hey, Dennis here." Oh, sorry, Dennis, I should say. Dennis says, "Very busy for me. Tests in schools, calculus and computing stuff. Haven't been on flight sim, VATSIM in a bit. Glad to be here. Thank you for coming along. Great to see you here. And yeah, this is why I wanted to do a stream. I wanted to get people back together to have a chat and enjoy some flight simming together, because it definitely, well, I really enjoy it. But thank you so much, Dennis, sorry, for the super chat. Really very kind. I really like that view. Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you. Dennis asks, which aircraft type ratings do you have? I currently just have 320. Your old ones don't last forever, so it will expire after a year. Or until your LPT expires. So they have an expiry date, and usually we renew that, but if you don't, then it will just expire. So if you swap airplanes, you'll stop renewing your old one. Chuck says, also doing PPL, inspired by 320 Sim Pilot. That's great to hear. And a couple of others making flying accessible to us muggles. Huge thanks for that. Just completed my 3 hours of solo circuits in a Cessna 150. About to start that. Fantastic. Oh, it's about to insert adverts. What do I do about that? Let me pause those for a sec. Skip those for now. So, well done, Trucks Away. Fantastic. Enjoy. Circuits in 150 are great fun. I really enjoyed them. I've done some of those not so long ago, and I had a great time. So, yeah, enjoy that. And, yeah, thanks for coming along. Glad you enjoyed it, and glad aviation has been there for you. That's Cirrus Pilot. Thank you so much for the £20 super chat. That's very kind. Cirrus Pilot says, thanks for the trip today. I'm not sure what's in the galley, so have a Domino's on me post-flight. Thanks so much. Really, really kind, that Cirrus Pilot. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for being here to chat and fly along. Really very kind of you. And thanks so much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah, very generous. Really kind. And thank you again to Dennis and Flight Dispatch. Really appreciate it. In the galley today, I'm going to surprise you all. I don't think any of you would guess what I've got. It's set because it's going out of date, so I have to eat it. And it has been requested by my better half. So I have to, and I'm going to have to actually take a break to go and get that sorted. because it's my responsibility today, despite organising it a stream, which was I didn't realise would be quite as long as it is. But that is not a problem. At the moment, getting in at 18:31Z. That's in 2.5 hours. Fantastic. No problem. Right, there we go. But so thank you again. Thank you, that Serious Pilot. I really appreciate it. Let's get this here. Okay. Tyson says, off to some meetings, hopefully back for the arrival. Excellent. See you soon. If you are watching and you're enjoying, do please leave a like. It makes a big difference to the YouTube. And we're only on YouTube today, no Twitch version. I'm sorry about that. There is a reason for that. I'll talk about that in a minute. Matthew says, that's different from here. Then ours lasts forever, but they don't stay current. Yeah, no, here you would... My understanding is you just need to do a full type rating after a short while. You couldn't just do a sim check. Yeah. A350 from DFD, apparently. Freeware, but I don't know when it's releasing. I'm sure you'll hear about it as it comes out. I'll certainly be flying it. So here's some guesses on the food. We've got JJ Stevens says salmon. Piano Learner says jelly. That Cirrus Pilot says sushi. Paul Prawns, Mr. Kipling's frozen. Frozen Mr. Kipling apple pie. Yeah, interesting choices. None of those. It's from Greece. It's from Greece. Is it a challenge to fly left stick after learning right stick? Remember, you learn to fly with your left hand, then you become a first officer and you fly with your right. So if anything, that's the time when things are different. Swapping to the right hand, because you all learn to fly left hand in general aviation. So no, it's absolutely fine swapping between them. Not pizza with pineapple, sadly, Bernard. No, not today. Oh dear, the pilot's having the fish. Just chokes away. Stir fry? No. Not. I said from Greece. She says cheese, not feta. There's not many famous Greek dishes, so we're going to run out. It's not gyros. There you go, Bernard's got it, moussaka. Grappa, souvlaki. Gyros is a popular one. Yeah, no, moussaka. Yeah. Yeah, Jane's got that, yeah. Excellent. Sirius says, you can't leave us hanging like this, what are you eating? You've all put me in the mood for some jelly and salmon, though. Piano Leonard says, did you see the news about the second-hand A380 that got bought by the startup Global Airlines? I did not see that. Imagine buying an A380 second-hand. Fantastic. Yeah. Thunder's arriving in the Midlands, says Shanax. Very good. Yeah, it's that time. James says, is there any way I can speed it up so I don't get left behind? Tried the manual. Could you slew forwards? It might lose a lot of things though. But that might be one way. Or you could adjust your in-sim wind. You could give yourself a tailwind. You'll probably stall when you initially do it. But after that you'll be zooming along. Thanks Aaron for the subscription. Belgian Flights and Pilot says, hi, dropping in. Let's see where you're going to. We're going to Melbourne. Peter says, poor, slower 320s. Just think of all the fuel you're saving, though. True, yeah, exactly. So we're doing this quicker than the real Air New Zealand will in its 321s. What do you think about how pretty is the A330? Where does it sit in everyone's preferences? Love this livery, so fresh. Flight Dispatch says, I'm joining the flight from Queenstown. Hopefully I'll catch up. Jetstar 220. Fantastic. We'll see you there, Flight Dispatch. James is going to change the winds. Good luck, James. James says, nothing like a Gyros at Athens Airport. You need it when the air gate is so far away from the airport. Peter says, I'd love to buy an A380. I've got nowhere to park it. No, I've got the same problem. And, you know, it's going to cost a fortune to start trying to get the concrete for that. And it'll probably put a dent in your driveway as well. Probably sink the bricks. Noah says, I bet the passengers that boarded for Sydney were unhappy with diverting to Melbourne. Yes. Noah slightly upset the passengers. Daniel says, close second behind A350. Wow. So Daniel definitely rates the 330 highly. That's interesting. Mr. Banana says, I'm not a fan of the 330 CEO, but the wings of the Neo are really pretty. Okay. Aaron's the opposite. I like the 330 CEO more than the Neo. Not the prettiest. Liana says, I've spent the weekend making a livery for this plane. It's not the prettiest, not a great model, but it's okay. Yeah, this is a... all credit to Project Open Sky and Headwind for this. I think it's totally fit for purpose in the sim. Simple, clean, perhaps, but it works, and we get that experience. And combined with the sounds and the fuel flow and the weight of it, I think it feels legitimate enough. Yeah, definitely. And for free, I mean, you just can't complain, can you? But yeah, I mean in general about the real aircraft. But I think this does look just like the real thing. Aaron says 757 way more lovely. Well, yes, 757 absolutely lovely. Dave says big nose on the 330. Flight Simulation says 330 wings are my favourites. Paul Hamilton says looks like a wider 75. Interesting. I wouldn't. That's a new one on me. Yeah, wider 75. It's funny, isn't it? I knew everyone had a different view on this. That's why I asked. Dons, I don't like the bottom. Dave says 330 Neo is the A350's ugly sister, so definitely not a fan. Peter says the 330 is a nice plane, but the most generic looking plane, to be honest. Okay, Peter. So Peter thinks this is generic. Peter, where does a 777 sit on that scale of generic? Pete White says have to scoot for a bit. Hopefully back for arrival. See you soon. Enjoy. Thanks, Pete. And Dougal has said something highly controversial. The A330 is nicer looking than the 320 for me, like the nose shape. Nicer looking than the 320. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Fair enough. I actually don't like the 330 Neo's wings when I see them on the ground. With the weight on the wing and this sort of strange... it's quite a weak sort of wingtip compared to what we're used to. And I aesthetically find it to be a little bit like... not sure. But when you look at it from above or in flight, it seems to sort of come into its own. It is, after all, a blended wing. It's effectively the same as the 777-300. Very similar idea. And when I see it from these sort of internal views... you go, yeah, that does look quite nice actually. But I don't know. I would rather it not sort of cut off and then just sort of... I prefer the 350 by a long shot, the wing. Definitely. For me, the 330, it does suffer from that same issue of being very generic, like a lot of these aircraft. Hard to describe. That was always my test. How could you describe an A330 to anyone? Well, it looks like an aeroplane. That's about it. I don't know what else to say. It's got 2 engines, 2 wings. 380, it's got 2 decks, you know. 330, yeah, it's a struggle. The Dreamliner, it's got those bendy wings. It's got that fancy sort of pointy nose, massive engines. 330 Neo, perhaps the engines are big. Maybe that's the key thing. Don't know. I do like the wing flex modelling on this though. It flexes nicely. Slight joins you can see maybe, but even so. Yeah, so there you go. Peter says 777 equally generic. Aaron says 777 and 330 look very generic. And they're both the same generation. They both have relatively high cabin altitudes. So although they can fly higher, if they do fly higher, their cabin altitude is up in the 7,000 and 8,000 feet, like 320. Hence, they might feel a bit drier, whereas the 787, 380, these have better pressurization, stronger pressurization, sorry, maybe not better, but it keeps the cabin altitude lower. I don't know about 350. Edo, good day to you. Thanks for joining us. Dave says 777 plane, but has sheer size on its side. But I would say this is not far off a 777, is it? In terms of size? Maybe not. Maybe not as wide. JJ says the A380 is actually the best looking in Superior. Not many pilots would say that. But I would potentially agree. Aaron says, can't wait for the PMDG 777. Me either. Me either. Mark says, does this still have the 32NX cockpit? It has a version of the 32NX. Yeah, a version of. A modified version, though. It's good. It's definitely fit for purpose. Don says, I think the 350 has by far the most beautiful wings. Yeah, the 350 wings are nice. Lone Gamer prefers Concorde. Fair enough. Fair enough. A serious pilot says, first A350 1000, second 777-300, third 787-10. Obviously Cirrus and A320 are exempt from the discussion. There we go, yes. 320 is always assumed to be the best. All water. Water, water, water. Still got that headwind. We're gaining though. We could undertake them soon. That's good news. Stephen says, what puts me off on many aircraft is a sort of rectangular main wheel bay. It's the only rectangular shape on the aircraft and it just jars a bit. I don't know what you could do about it. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they could do about that. Do you mean the wing box? This bit? The way it's, you got, yeah, it's all round and tubes and then you got straight lines, don't you? And it's straight across the bottom as well. The problem is they have a lot in there. You've got to have the wings and the spars and it's a huge amount of strength required. Then the landing gear, and again, that's stowed in here with huge amounts of strength required. All the while without sort of compromising your fuselage shape and structure. So yeah, I don't know if there's much they could do. And it's sort of true on everything, isn't it? The Dreamliner is the most modern, and that's still, yeah, that still has it, doesn't it? Perhaps a slightly less extent than the 330, but it is a newer design. Yep, fair enough. John asks about squawking emergencies in Sao Paulo. Is there a reason? I just don't know, I'm afraid. I don't go there. I've never been. So I really don't know if there's a higher incident rate there or a reason for that. Aki says, larger passenger jets will begin operating without a pilot on the flight. Forbes 2023. Yeah, not happening. That's not happening anytime in our lifetimes. I don't think. Graham says, used to have this plane for FSX. An Air Lingus livery. It looks really smart. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. Is gravity gear extension modelled? Well, this is it's the wrong location. So this is not where the gravity gear extension is in the 330. So no. I think it's up here on the 330. Kodama says, for me, nothing will ever match the look of the L1011, the TriStar. Yeah, it's a cool plane. I don't know if it's good looking or not to me, but it's a cool plane. Interesting plane to look at. Definitely plenty to describe. Surely the Beluga, says Bernards. There you go. Matthew says, depends how fond you are of whales as far as affinity for the A380s go. So yeah, A380 is considered a whale. Lots of pilots don't like the look of it. It's more common than not for pilots to say they don't like it. I think it looks nice, certainly interesting. I like the shape of the wing on the 380, really nice. Definitely would have been nice if we got a stretched version, but sadly that didn't happen. Do you have the Felis 747-200 for X-Plane? Could be fun watching you fly it for a video or stream. It would be difficult to follow chat with a stream, but a video would be really cool. Yeah, I've flown the Felis. I have flown it, 747, in X-Plane 11. What I haven't managed to do is get it working in X-Plane 12. I need to try and reinstall it. But yeah, I do have it, and I would like to fly it again. It was good fun. Really good fun to fly. Don says, have you ever considered owning or co-owning an aircraft? I've considered it, but I'm not in a position to do that, really. I can't justify the expense. Very expensive things. Well, it depends, though. I know people who've got involved with, you know, a relatively cheap light aircraft, and they have good fun if they get it parked in the right place and it's the right sort of deal, right engineering costs. So it can be done. Peter says, if I see no pilot on the flight deck, I'm doing a 180 and heading back into the terminal. There you go. Yeah, Dennis says, the 330s don't have a lever, it's a switch or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's not one here. Laura says, you can't beat the roar of a Rolls-Royce A380 engine. Funnily enough, the noisiest airplane in the sky, I think, right now, is the old A330, the A330 CEO. That is a noisy machine. It sets off car alarms. Look at the water down there with all the wind sort of effects on it. Beautiful. Matthew Presley says, yeah, never happening. The first autoland was 59 years ago, and I just watched a video of a Tesla come to a complete stop that would have lasted until the end of time because someone parked a Mini. Yeah, it's not happening. The wing looks too big, the Sirius pilot says, for the A380. It was actually designed for the A350-1000, but it didn't happen, so it's a bit oversized. Yeah, so it's like the 319 has large wings, 321 has small wings. Using the same old wing. Dave says, in my opinion, the Beluga is better looking than the A380. Wow, there you go, quite a statement. Dougal says, I'm old school, love the look of the VC-10 and HS Trident. Love T-tails. T-tails are nice. The VC-10 is a gorgeous aeroplane. Looks fast, and it was very fast. Built before economy was the main target, or maybe designed before. Lone says, if not Concorde, then the Blackbird SR-71, although cabin service is rather poor for an SR-71. Yes, might not be very comfortable. Might not be comfortable. Trevor Goldsmith says, I used to stand at the end of the runway at Aldergrove and watch the VC-10s take off. Beautiful aircrafts. Yeah, lovely. Must have been noisy. So the CEO has Rolls-Royce Trent 700. So that's why this is 7,000, is it? I see. A330 CEO engine, how sounds amazing. Yeah, I think they sound good, but they are noisy engines. Peter Green says, a popular opinion, but I think the 146, the BAE 146 is a nice looking plane. Yeah, I think so. I think I could go with that. It's, again, plenty to describe, and it's all sort of proportioned. It's a little bit chunky perhaps, but it's got a T-tail, so Dougal might like it. Jayla says, is it really that noisy? I recall that on my flights as a passenger in the A330 CEO, I thought it wasn't loud at all. I think the 330 is. It might not be that noisy on board, but if you're outside one as it takes off, it will set off car alarms still. It's unusual to be that noisy. Most aircraft, if you hear it next to a Dreamliner or a 350 or whatever, or 380 even, it's surprising how quiet those are in comparison to a 330 that just roars. 767s are noisy as well. It's just the technology, the age of the aircrafts. 777s though, seem to be a little bit quieter in my experience. Crispy Chip says 3 hydraulic systems in the A330. Dual hydraulic failure with engine failure is the hardest thing you'll ever do in your aircraft rating training. Yeah, dual hydraulics is always a misery. These aircraft are designed, obviously, they're designed to have redundancy, and they've got 3 hydraulic systems. Some Boeings, like the 737, only have 2. But if we were to the 2 main systems, yeah, failures are modelled, but yeah, the 2 main hydraulic systems. Oh no, there they go. Interesting. Let's put those back on. See what it does. Autopilot would have dropped out in reality there. That's going to cost us some speed. It's not putting those down fast enough. Autopilot off. Oh well, we made it to 40,000. The wind's about the same. So let's get back down to 38. So we can undertake our colleague here. That noise is the altitude alert system, because we've deviated by 700 feet. So let's spend that energy. Let's accelerate the airplane back down. But yeah, my point was supposed to be that the hydraulics are, if you lose 2, especially the 2 main, which would be the green and yellow, then yeah, you're in for an interesting day out. Certainly, there's no way that won't be. Very rare, very rare. Totally fine, totally safe. It can fly on 1 hydraulic system, no trouble. But yeah. As Matthew is probably looking at right now in his type rating. Matthew says, all this talk about the best looking aircraft when the winner is clearly the Carver. Yeah, Carver's very popular. I need to remind myself of it. Oh no, that's not what I was thinking of. I'm thinking of the Caravelle. ATL 98 Carver. Yeah. That's the, for anyone wondering, that is the, it's not even a Guppy. It's, yeah. It's an amazing machine. Yeah. It's a beautiful airplane to someone, I'm certain of it. And certainly a useful airplane. It's like a mini jumbo jet with piston engines. I was thinking of the Caravelle. I thought that's what Matthew was talking about. Sud Aviation Caravelle. Yeah, that's often considered very pretty. Sort of half T-tail. That's quite nice. Don says, I always thought the 146 looked quite comical. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. James says, not sure I'm going to be able to keep up. Sorry, James. Try slew mode. Press Y and just whiz forwards. Bernard says, the 145 is lovely. I won't hear a word against it. Often referred to as the Barbie jet, the 145. Is it does look... That's the Embraer 145. But yeah, it looks like a private jet. Yeah. So modified DC-6. I think they were converted at Southend. Fantastic. I didn't know that. That's Cirrus Pilot. Yeah. So that's talking about the Carver, which is, yeah, based on DC-6. Interesting. That's quite a modification. That's a big modification. Let's dissipate that potential energy into kinetic energy minus parasitic drag. It's conserved after all. There you go. Exactly, Birdman. Exactly. Lone Gamer says, when I was a little boy, the air shows that I used to go to, the noisiest planes, military of course, were the Lightning jet and the Vulcan bomber. Yeah, I bet they were deafening. And when I was younger, going to air shows, and it would be the Tornado, the Panavia Tornado. That was a really loud machine. Typhoon is deafening though. Actually, the Typhoon's very loud. They didn't bother making that one quiet. Dennis asks, I don't see 340s around anymore. What happens? Yeah, there are 4 engines now, so they're not going to make a 340 Neo. That Cirrus Pilot says, Ultimate BizJet Global 7000. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, very pretty. It's amazing, isn't it, to think that there's enough people that rich out there that there's an industry building airplanes just for them. What a machine. What a machine. Chaos says, military usually not concerned with noise abatement procedures. Yeah, indeed, they're not. Diana says, I remember a really loud Belgian Air Force F-16. Yeah, F-16's noisy. I mean, all of those fighter jets are pretty deafening, aren't they? Vulcan was very loud. A B-52 once flew overhead. I saw it at an air show years ago, and that was deafening. That was amazingly loud for an aircraft without afterburners. Trevor says, a Biggin Hill air show, the Vulcan used to set off the car alarms. It was so loud. Yeah, and that's, Trevor, so the Vulcan could do that, and as can the A330. In some situations, I should say. It's not all the time, and doesn't set all of them off, but yeah, it's interesting. E145 Jungle Jets. The Metroliner San Antonio. Super pipe. We love our nicknames for aircraft. And before you ask, I have no idea why it's called the Taco Rocket. There you go. You don't hear those in Europe. Barbie Jet I heard with the 145, and that's about it. Dougal, thank you so much for the... let me get this right. Dougal, thanks so much for the $24 or $25 tip. Really appreciate it. Dougal says, just a small thank you for all the amazing content and info you've taught us over the last 3 years. Thank you. Dougal, that's very kind. Thank you for the effort you put into flight simulation and for moderating and being a part of the community. Really appreciate it. But thank you so much for that tip. Very, very kind. You're very welcome. It's been an absolute pleasure. It was back when you first contacted me, and I sort of, you know, that my channel was tiny at the time. But yeah, it's, well, it wasn't tiny, but relatively compared to where it is now, it was much smaller. And it was, yeah, it was so nice to hear from someone in the community and hear how things were being done, I suppose. Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. And you're very welcome. It's absolutely my pleasure. And as I say, I am sorry that it's been a bit of a gap between content, but that will change. Kara says you can't make a quiet turbojet, especially if it's supersonic. No, and that is ultimately the problem. The reason jet airliners get quieter is the fans have gotten bigger on the engines, so the noise you hear is from the different air masses. So the air from the engine going around the core of the engine, and then it comes out the back, and then there's the core air comes out the middle, and well, the center, I should say. So this is hot air, this is cold air. The hot air comes out faster, cold air comes out around it and sort of covers it up. And the noise is the difference between all this air rushing out the back and rubbing against the still air around it. There is a screaming sort of noise at the front, but that's often not what makes, that you can hear that on takeoff if you're near the airplane, but yeah. So that roaring noise has reduced as now we have such big bypasses. So most of the air is coming from around the engine, and very little comes out the core. So we get the nice cushion of air. And then you see it on things like the 73 Max and the 787, where they have serrated edges to the engine. I'm a little surprised the Neos didn't do it, but anyway. So because some Airbuses did do it, but yeah, you have the zigzag around here, designed to help the air mix better, and I assume without reducing thrust. Dennis says, I remember when I was a child, my parents asked me to write a synopsis of our trip to Hong Kong. We went to Disneyland, and I wrote all about the plane ride there. yeah, well, I'm sure that's a story many parents have from anyone who later got involved or interested in aviation, just only caring about their journeys and being excited to go home. By the way, winter down here, so we're getting a winter sun here, staying low in the sky. Yeah, just describing the journey, exactly. This is Harrier, stupid loud for a small jet. The Harrier is loud, although I think a lot of that's down to the way it just sits there still. But yeah, it is definitely when it does that. Lone Gamer likes the Pilatus jet, the BA-24. I think one was coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator soon, but now with the news of 24, not sure. Yeah, I'm sure it will. I'd be surprised if it doesn't. The Vulcan HAL is created by intake resonance, and you only get one type of engine. XL46 has Olympus 201 engines, but XM655 has 301s, which means you don't get the HAL. Interesting, didn't know that. Matthew Presley says, I've flown into a few bases, and the F-35 is ungodly loud. Interesting. Yeah, big turbojet engine there. Very big one, actually. Niraj says, sorry, only just joined. What are your overall thoughts on the freeware Neo? Enjoying it a lot. Yep. Not perfect, but far from a problem. It is nice to use. Look at this. Interesting. Having said no problems, let's see what happens here. I'm hoping it will just zoom past the waypoint. Nope, not doing it. Heading. Just get the right mid-cake. There we go, nav. So yeah, it's running on the fly-by-wire. They've modified things nicely, so the controls are over here. You've got the right controls on the overheads. It's got different thrust levers. I think they're doing a great job. I really like it. It's not going to be very capable for RNAV approaches and so on, though, obviously without the vertical navigation not working. Ah, the chaos says you have the same waypoint twice. I thought we... Oh well, I've got rid of it now. But yeah, there you go, that would explain it. Anyway, back on track. Catching up. Yes. Although we're we're at an interesting level, so let's get ourselves down. Thrust load open descent. Oh, let's not do open descent, let's do BS. Keep the thrust on. Maximum speed. Yeah, thank you again, Dougal, for the very kind tip. Really, really appreciate it. Oh dear. Have we lost oh no, 909 is there. New Zealand 909 is sitting off our left. There's someone going the other way. Someone's doing the opposite flight. In a 737, they're going from Melbourne to Auckland. Dennis asks, isn't the MCP supposed to be more orange? Dennis is talking about the FCU. And yeah, I was wondering this, but apparently it's an option. Yeah. Birdman says, be great when they simulate overwing fogging in the sim on landing and takeoff. Adiabatic expansion. Yeah, that would be cool, Birdman. That would be cool. I mean, we've seen it. DCS can do it. Ace Combat does it, although it's not quite simulating it properly. X-Plane does a version of, but you see it very rarely. So yeah, it would be good if they could do that properly. It would be really good. .675 Films has flown on the Global 6000 several times as passenger, and they're very nice planes to be. In the looks department, it's hard to beat the new Falcons. Globals look okay. Globals look like a CRJ in a tuxedo. Fair enough. Naraj says, how different is the 330 cockpit to 320? Not very. Not very. Some changes to where the landing gear indicators are. Slightly different handles on the window. PFD controls are here instead of here. Otherwise, pretty similar. There you go, backing out cruise. That cost us some energy, that did. Joe says, I've been watching for 2 hours, but I had to log in to my Google account. That takeoff was pretty smooth. Thanks, Joe. Glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for coming over. Thanks for watching. Bernard says, that'll be a Microsoft Flight Simulator 2028. Yeah, we're going to assume a 4 years for a new sim now. Right, I'm going to grab a glass of water. So we'll have some break music, which we haven't had for a while, and I'll see you very shortly. Turns out it's hard as pour a glass of water. Well, it wasn't water. I was going to get a glass of water, and I had some fizzy pineapple sort of juice sitting in the fridge. We love pineapple, and yeah, turns out. Well, I've now got half a glass of fizzy pineapple. Put it that way. But there we go. Anyway, welcome back. I hope you're still enjoying the flight. Both engines are running. I can see from the contrails. Always a good sign. How are we doing on our catch-up mission? Interesting. Have we lost our colleague? That's a shame. I think we have lost one. Let me check that map. About scope, sorry. So, James is now well out in front. Then yeah, we're catching up with the Jetstar. Very good, very good. Right. Let's see. Yes, Niraj, I haven't heard about the A380s being brought out. So apologies for that. Still just water out here. Crazy feeling. At what point do we swap over to our next ETOPS plan? So Sasro was in between. So we're carrying on to Sydney. Any trouble from now, we'll go to Sydney. Can we do the fix info? I think we can, yeah. So do YSSY. How many miles is that ring? I actually can't tell. I don't know. Well, how big can I make it? No. I didn't know there was a limit. I've never had to try and type them in. I can't imagine there's a limit on the long-haul aircrafts. Surely not. Or not this low. You'd need these rings. To 59. The 251 works. There you go, 256. That's the limit. I never knew that. I don't know if that's true on the real airplane or not, but there we go. So we can actually see there's the ring for Auckland. Sorry, Sydney. Going the other way. If we need it. Niraj says the 330 Neo is beautiful, but comparatively it isn't a popular aircraft amongst airlines other really than TAP and Delta. What's the reason for this? I wish I knew. Yeah, you see Deltas flying around a lot. I just don't know. Cody says, always thought Emirates had a nice livery on the 330, proportions fit nice. Yeah, I think so. I can agree with that. 737, flight level 370 in the opposite direction. That could be fun, since that's just funny. Yeah, indeed, yeah. We must figure this one out. I don't know if there's TCAS in the headwind. We shall find out. There you go, 2 to the power of 8, yeah. 8-bit distance. Mariner Halley says 258 is the limit. Figured it out on this across the pond flight. There you go, just like me here. Dennis asked, is the CPDLC working? As since it's based on the A320X, or is the version that is used too old? How would you go about using ACARS in A320? I don't use ACARS. You can just do through MCDU, ATSU, but CPDLC I haven't used. Yeah. I've never got my Hoppy login thing to work. I've tried a few times. I've not had much luck, so I'm continuing on without it for now. Dara Demi, thanks so much for your €10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Dara says, just finished FS 2024 reaction. I loved seeing the A10. Do you think they might ever add the use of weapons like in DCS? That is a great question. I really don't know. Thank you so much for watching it, and thank you, of course, so much for the €10 super chat. Really appreciate it, Dara. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for supporting the channel. Do I think they'll add weapons? I doubt it. They added Top Gun, but they didn't put weapons in. FSX did the same. We had acceleration and the Blue Angels, but it wasn't really a fighter jet. I think... I don't know. They might do it, but I suspect they will avoid the issue of weapons and shooting. I just suspect. And even if it's not for appearance reasons or for any other reason, I assume it's going to be incredibly complicated to have, you know, hit zones on the aircraft and all this other stuff. We don't even have replays, and then you've got to have missiles that can track and all sorts. So I doubt they'll have it. Maybe you could get some sort of effect added in to simulate a gun or something, but I doubt it. That Serious Pilot says you're 5 miles behind. Yes, I am catching up with that Serious Pilot. I am catching up. So how far are we now? Yeah, I think we could do this. I mean, that Serious Pilot can't be going much faster than we are. Is this slow for a long-haul airplane? What's this cruising speed of like a 787? By the way, is the... Yeah, 8.5 they can do. So that's a cruise and a max speed of 0.9. There you go. So I think the 330 is a little bit slower. Dougal was talking earlier about the nose of the 330 and how nice it is. That is a feature of... I think it looks like a boat, and it's an old design now. 767s, 777s, they have a similar sort of shape where they go up at the bottom. And you'll notice nowadays, I've talked about this before, so sorry, but nowadays the nose comes down and then sort of goes flat underneath like a train. So they were boats, now they're trains. So this is relatively old style. Tended to be quite noisy, I believe, or noisier. The pointier the nose, the noisier it is. Is a thing I've heard before, which I can believe. Thank you again, Dara, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Bernard says, for the same reason they won't add crash animations. It could be that as well. Also, a lot of work to add crash animations. Oh, they said no previously, says Chaos. There you go. And this will have the same auto TCAS as the A320Neo. Fantastic. Microsoft did have weapons in the Combat Flight Simulator. I had Combat Flight Simulator. Yes, they did indeed. That's a good point. But again, I think even if you were to try and say, well, because ultimately, to me, and this is my personal opinion, please remember that, but I don't see the weapons being a political issue as such, in the sense that fighter jets can launch missiles, and that's the end of it. So if you put a fighter jet in the sim, it's a fighter jet. You know, flying around an F-18 that looks like it can fly missiles, there's nothing different to, you know, either you don't do it at all, or, yeah, I just think it's a massively complicated thing to add in, and then you have to have missions that can make the most of it. You have to have hitboxes, and the last thing they want, of course, is people trying to shoot each other down when you're just flying along like this, or airliners and things like that. Perhaps that's the difference. Perhaps it's the combination of airliners and military that they're nervous of. Maybe that's why they won't touch it. I don't know, I'm just guessing here, but you know, DCS is a military sim, so it's fine. In DCS, you don't tend to have, unless you modify it, they don't provide you with airliners to fly around next to these fighter jets, so perhaps that's the reason. Dennis says, how I wish FS 2020 has the blue angels and smoke. Yes, but so we saw in FS 2024 preview video smoke for the red Boleros, so that seems to be natively supported, which could be good news. Could be very good news. It looked really nice effect. So it says 812 Mac. So we are catching then. We are definitely catching. Comet 4 was ahead of its time with the nose design. Indeed, yes. That's a really good point. Yeah, that Cirrus Pilot has raised the excellent point, which is the Comet's nose has become popular. It's what we see now. The 350 looks really similar. 787 has the same sort of overall shape. Yeah, interesting. AOI says they won't be ready for my 320 Cobra maneuver. There you go. Okay, it says aircraft manufacturers don't want their planes getting destroyed. Yeah, of course, yeah, and that could be the issue as well. That's fine by me. DCS is the place you'd go for military. I'm not even... I don't find myself longing for more military in Microsoft. I find myself longing for more interesting ways to enjoy this world they've got. I mean, there's so much in Microsoft Flight Simulator that I haven't explored yet, and I want to do. By the way, we're not on Twitch today because, frustratingly, Twitch have updated their terms of service, and in that they said that you're not allowed to simulcast, or in other words, stream to 2 live platforms at the same time. What they said in that statement was that they said that they believe that it's not very good for your streaming audience, or the quality of the streams, or something like this. They said something along those lines in the announcement. So yeah, whether that's what you think they're doing it for, or whether there's an ulterior motive to force you to not be allowed to do it on other platforms at the same time, I don't know. But I'm a bit stuck now because we've had Twitch for a while, and we've built it up, have over 4,000 followers on Twitch. It's always been the free version with no subscription or anything like that available, not monetized, and that has been fine because you're allowed to do that. And I built it because we've had issues with YouTube, and Twitch seemed like a good alternative and a potentially a good way to stream. Fortunately, what's happened is, not unfortunately, but what has happened is, as it's grown and more of the audience have moved over there, but that's sort of leveled out now. We tend to get about half and half, but still with a weighting, maybe more often a weighting towards YouTube. And so I can't really just say, well, let's swap over to Twitch, because it seems like still a majority want to be here on YouTube. I don't know the reason for that. I imagine, I don't know. It's more common. No, actually, I don't know. I was going to say it's more common to see real-world pilots flying on YouTube than it is to see them on Twitch. I don't know if that's true, though. I don't spend much time on Twitch looking at other streamers. The thing with Twitch is you need to stream regularly, but it does grow quickly when you do. Now, the original plan for my Twitch was to just use it as a B channel, to use it for impromptu things, for practicing things. So for now, that's what it's going to have to return to. I won't be streaming live onto it because I'm no longer allowed, which is disappointing when I'm free. Ah, there's a good one from Bernard. You can't scrub the history while watching a Twitch stream. I didn't even think of that. That's really interesting. Yeah. Capri says, I admit to preferring YouTube because I actually get notifications here, and also it's more professionally run than Twitch internally. Interesting. Okay. That's Capri's opinion. If you stream more primarily on YouTube, it would be nice to drop the latency to low latency at least. 12 seconds of stream data is a bit much. So there was a reason I had to change the latency. What have I got set to now? Normal. Okay. We can go back to low. Yeah, and we did have issues with Twitch as well. With the with YouTube and Twitch streaming at the same time. We had some connection issues, but we've also had that on YouTube on our own. So I don't know what's the truth, as it were, of whether that's causing an issue or not. Diana says, personal take is I have YouTube Premium and thus no ads. Ads on Twitch if you're not subbed are really annoying. Birdman says, to be honest, it was confusing when you comment on both YouTube and Twitch, just giving feedback. Yeah, it's fair enough, Birdman. Fair enough. I prefer Twitch for the chat. YouTube chat seems more like an afterthought, says Miss Banana. Twitch is way better for moderators, says Dougal. Yes, it's very good for moderators. And it's very easy for me to run streams on Twitch because I can stop and start as required. On YouTube, if I don't get it to work the first try, or there's any connection issues, it can all go really wrong. And I've had that before, and it's very frustrating, as we found out last time. Then it says, since I discovered you and subscribed to you on YouTube, it's a little inconvenient to move over to Twitch for a live stream. Fair enough. And that is the truth. I have a YouTube channel, don't I? Yeah, these are all valid points. I mean, I'm going to keep the Twitch, obviously, and for now, I'm going to use it as it is. It's a good backup if anything happens or we stop streaming on YouTube, then we have it available. And certainly I'll use it for the learning or the more sort of wacky missions, and then I can put those on YouTube later. Simon Forrester, good to see you. You've missed the takeoff and our cruise over the water, but not much else. Lots of water. MSJN prefers Twitch chat and video quality. Yeah, the video quality on Twitch is good. So Twitch does give adverts. So on Twitch, I could go to subscriber mode, and then you would pay, or you could, if you have there's lots of ways to have a free subscription, but the subscription generates revenue for the channel, and this is why streamers go to Twitch. It earns them money, I think. I don't know. I don't understand it, and I've never monetized the Twitch. But what I'm saying is, the subscription alone generates it. But something we've been meaning to do with YouTube is to do the join feature. But yeah. Let's see if Twitch rolls back the decision, says Dennis. Yeah, I doubt it. They always used to have this rule if you were a partner or affiliate, but it didn't matter if you were just like me, just on a free account, and that seems to have changed. MSJN says the wacky streams are fun as well. Yeah, and I suppose the reason I've been streaming on both is because I've been streaming so rarely. What I'm going to try and do is stream a little more frequently. But that might not be for a couple of months. Definitely going to be busy for a little while over summer. Chaos says video quality is worse for me generally, but down to the bitrate the streamer sets. Interesting. Bernard calls it predatory monetization. There you go. Well, YouTube has some new ones. Has it given anyone adverts?
Traffic.
Oh no. Soon. Right. TCAS. And there it is, TCAS Blue. So yeah, it's using the same fly-by-wire. Now it's probably going to generate and regenerate over and over because we are just sort of catching up. Serious Pilot says, I hope you know your air law for overtaking. Oh dear. Let's go. Heading. Problem is, we're going to do this, we're going to lose out. We're going to get too slow. So let's just go down 1,000. Bernard says, I'm not looking forward to the mandatory 30-second ads on YouTube. No, indeed. MSGN says, I like the F-14s with the pink helmets. Yes, I want to. That's DCS. That's our paddy livery for the F-14. I definitely want to fly that again. Yeah, that's a really good point. There we go. Turning a beam. Got a bit of separation now. Thanks for the subscription, Yappy. There's Cirrus Pilot. Cruising. see if this works. I think it's going to work. We've done it. We've done it. How's our ETA comparing? 1 hour 20 to go. Not long to go. Still 18:31, so progress hasn't really happened. Tord Forland, thank you so much, Tord, for the 500 knock super chat. Really, really kind. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tord, really appreciate it. Tord says, thanks for... So that is Norwegian, I believe. Yes, Norwegian Krone. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Very generous. Tord says, thanks for excellent vids and streams. They have been a tremendous help in getting me going in the fly-by-wire A320 Neo. Leave the complexity of jets and weapons to DCS and focus on civil aviation content and overall performance improvements. From ENBR, which is Bergen, one of my favourite places to fly into. Bergen is breathtakingly pretty. We should definitely do a flight to Bergen. I don't know why I haven't done that. Yeah, Bergen definitely on the cards. So yeah, thank you so much, Tord. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for your kind words. And I agree. I think the DCS is the place for you, for the military. It's just so well set up for it. But I'm glad the videos have been useful for you, and thank you again for that incredibly generous super chat. Very kind of you. Oh yeah. Offset, but no, we don't have offset in this. There you go. I didn't even think of offset. Offset's not a thing that we do in short haul, so I didn't even think to put it in there. But yeah, you can do a strategic lateral offset. But yeah, there it is. But not available in this. Passengers probably confused on system code. Yeah. Well, they'll be happy when they find out why. It was all worth it. That serious pilot says, "You're Ver, I am everyone else in F1. I feel so deflated. Oh dear." There was a t-shirt I really liked. I saw around on the internet, and it was a t-shirt that said Verstappen in big writing across the front, but then in tiny writing above it, it said anyone but. I feel like I should wear one of those. On to Perth, says Bernard. So fuel's up in Melbourne and then off to Bergen, says Mr. Banana. Yeah. Well, we might need the Dreamliner for that, I think, because that's what Qantas use, isn't it, to get to Europe. Just 3 hours to Perth. Yeah, you forget that Australia is so far from New Zealand. And then Australia itself is just so massive. So this was a 3.5 hour flight. So passengers probably, I mean, I've been calling it a long haul, mini long haul ETOPS and so on, but let's face it, 3.5 hours. If you're flying to a Greek island, that's what you get. So this is probably a short haul sort of service, unfortunately, for the passengers. Maybe some passengers were lucky though. If they went business class, you'd get a proper seat in this flight. But as we know, they're now using Airbus 321s. I don't know if the New Zealand 321s have nice seats or not. In Europe, business class tends not to really be on short haul or anything too exciting. Oh, I say not too exciting. It just tends to be not flatbed seats. Tord, thank you again for that very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming along. And yeah, Bergen, definitely. Bergen's something for the future. Upcoming A350 ultra long range for the Sydney-London. Are they not going to use Dreamliners for Sydney-London? James says, struggling now. Keep saying heading track first. So won't let me set arrival. Oh, interesting. Very strange. That's it. We've done it. We're past. We could just head over there, force poor Cirrus pilot out the way with a TCAS. There's James. Lost at sea. Oh dear. Bergen has good freeway scenery this time. Interesting. Very good. Okay, I'll have to try it out. Cirrus pilot says, I've just made a slight turn to the right and making, so good to know the roll orders work. Very good. Yeah. That is a relief. Caprice is still waiting for an A350. Yeah. Apparently there is one on the way, a freeway one. They ordered 10 or 12 350-1000s with the extra fuel tank from ACJ for London and JFK services. Wow, very cool. Tim Johnson says, that's a top livery. Nice. Yeah, I agree. I love this. On flightsim.to, really great work by the designer. Smart, fresh, retro. Love it. That Cirrus pilot says, Qantas Operation Sunrise A350 Sydney to Heathrow. I did the London Heathrow Perth on a 787. The A350s arrive in September for Qantas. I didn't realise they were getting a whole new airplane for it. There you go. 350 Qantas. Not something we've seen. I suppose the 350 is bigger, so you'll get more passengers, maybe make the route more viable. 787 is an ultra-long haul airplane by design, really. You can just fly forever, can't it? But 350 is an interesting one, yeah. I don't know about the air on a 350. Is it as nice as the Dreamliner?
New Zealand 999 descending to flight level 230 to help them come again.
Oh no, what's 999 doing? James now falling out the sky in front of us. Oh dear. I don't know why it says no smoking. The A320 doesn't say that the whole flight. Have I turned it on by accident? Oh yes, there you go. Should be an auto. I was going to say, that's not an Airbus thing. Airbus doesn't just put pointless information up on the screen for the whole flight like some aircraft do. James says, seriously testing my working knowledge of the field. So, James, what's going on? Why are you descending, James? Dougal says, group flight in the Scrapyard Monster. Such a fun aircraft. Scrapyard Monster. Which is that? Is that what you sent me? Sorry. I'm behind the curve. Let's have a look. Okay, the Scrapyard Monster, a fictional aircraft which stands by its name. It's an improbable mix of random objects found in a scrapyard, but at the heart of it lies a Cosworth Aston Martin V12 engine. Wow, that's fantastic. So yeah, it's an airplane made of bits. An open flight deck and a steering wheel. This is where flight simulation's at its best. Somebody put that together. Glorious. Yeah. Oh, that could be good fun. But it looks like the wheels retract as well. Amazing effort. Brilliant. Wow, it's great when people do things like that. By Lord Frights. That could be good fun. We do need to do a group flight along with all the other streams. James's autopilot keeps disconnecting. Oh, that's strange. Sorry to hear that, James. Geometonic says yes, the scrapyard monster. Very good. It does look fun. Peter says, what's the difference between auto and on? In the auto position, it does the emergency lights as well. So when the gear goes up and down, I think in on they just stay on. But remember, in the auto position these days, the no smoking signs are actually on the whole time. But what it does is the exit lights with the gear up and down in the auto position. I think that's the only difference now. So yeah, these days it's just left in auto the whole time. Dougal says we had the dev in voice on Shadow Stream. Fantastic, yeah. Well, they listen, they've done a great job. It's good. It's brilliant fun. I'm going to do a direct 2 now. I would say we've gone far enough in front. Insert. James is still going. Clouded over now, sadly. Weather not as nice here as it was leaving New Zealand. Maybe nice not to see water for a change, to see some clouds. You can pretend there's land underneath an airport to divert into. Thank you again, Tord, for the very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. So there's no cabin, so I can't look around. No. Fair enough. Yeah, it seems strange, James, that you're having trouble. The Phoenix is not normally a troublemaker, so I'd be curious to see what's happened there. Yeah, the logos, I'm not sure what fit of TCAS this is meant to represent, but yeah, they're all pointing to the right, and of course the wind's actually straight ahead, so they're probably not actually drifting like that. Oh no, James says, I think I slewed it and it's just upset. Well, yeah, I didn't realise you were in the Phoenix, but yeah, slewing is not, it's not 100% reliable. Hayden, good to see you. Hayden says, driving from Leicester to Luton with you on sound only. Excellent. Hope we're not distracting you, Hayden. You're not missing much. If I can describe the scene to you, as it has been for the last, how long's the stream been going? We're at 3 hours. So for the last 2.5 hours, it's been an Air New Zealand A330 Neo and lots of water. And just now, the exciting change is there's lots of clouds. Otherwise, we're in the cruise. We have overtaken our colleague, Cirrus Pilot, though. That was a bit of excitement. But yeah, it's getting time to start putting in the arrival. Indeed, moody Airbus for James. Oh dear. Yes. Dennis says, what do you think of other flight simmer YouTubers like Swiss 001 and Air Force Proud 95? Good question. No, I don't talk about other YouTubers. I like Air Force Proud 95 a lot. I don't watch Swiss 001. I have seen a couple of clips from Swiss 001, but it's not really It's not aimed at me, so yeah, it's not my sort of thing. That's not to criticise it at all. It's just I'm not the market. Air Force Proud, I do enjoy. Yeah, Air Force Proud 95. I mean, there's so many out there, aren't there? So many. So I'm very honoured that you have all chosen to come and watch my video or my stream. JJ Stevens says that happened on the Dreamliner. So yes, Dreamliner. That's right. My question is, where are we at? If is the default 787 now? Should I remove my heavy division mod? Is the default 787 now the best one? And what's going on with that? Is that now for everyone, or is it still in beta? How does it work? Mr. Banana says, what do you do personally on long flights like that? I feel like you'd get bored in the flight deck. So, yes, you do. You do. Someone's always flying the airplane. You're always looking at the speed. Like, if I was flying along this close to the red pole, I would be staring at the speed. But, yeah, you normally have a bigger margin. Things get a bit more relaxed. And you're still monitoring everything. You're still ultimately responsible, so you can't switch off. You can't watch a film or anything. But what you can do is you chat. If you're getting along with the other pilot, you'll chat. You can chat for hours. I've done 4-hour flights, and we've just chatted. Not to distraction, but just like when the conversation just flows. That's always nice. Alternatively, you can read things in the manuals. If you've got sim check coming up, people often will sit there and sort of browse things like that because they don't want to do it at home. They'd rather do it at work, which makes sense. You can also read. Some people will read a magazine or something like that. Something short. It's unusual on short haul anyway to see people read books. That might be different on long haul. But a magazine article, you're sort of just glancing in and out. You're never sort of engrossed in it too much. So those are typical sort of things. Eat. On a long haul flight like this, you would stretch out the food to try and make it kill as much time as possible. There we are. Land ahoy. Basically there. Hour to go. No browsing Instagram or TikTok. No. It's not. I don't think that would be very good for you. Anyway, if that makes sense, you'd become so addicted if you were doing that for that many hours a day. Don says, feels like you could finish a book on some long hauls. You could, and maybe it's a thing. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't read a book. As long as you are in the room still, as it were, then yeah. If you ain't clacking, you're slacking, says James. Exactly, yeah. Dashcam says, you and Flight Deck to Sim should do a shared cockpit. Yeah, I need to do something with Flight Deck to Sim. I know. I need to speak to him and contact directly. I know. I'm sorry. I should have done that by now. 3 years later. Then it says, on Air Force Proud 95's latest video, I saw him fly an Airbus on Airbus 2020. I was very confused when I didn't see Manteau get engaged. Sure, just leave it at full though. I'm not sure if Air Force Proud is using the default one. In which case, all bets are off, I'm not sure if he's using the fly-by-wire, frankly. So maybe that's why. Bernard says, the avionics update will be for everyone, and the likelihood is that either Heavy Division or someone else will use it as a base to mod it further. Okay, so we're waiting for the avionics update, but that's still in beta, is it? Come to public June 23rd. Very good AAU for the 787. Def better than Heavy Division. Fully working. And I think that's fantastic news. I'm looking forward to that so much. I want to redo my 787 video, certainly. As we have access to Steve. Oh, he is using fly-by-wire, says Tanjay. Then I don't know. If he went full throttles, it should go to Toga. If I go full Toga, yeah, always, and back to Mac. Dashcam says it wasn't a dig. It would just be interesting to see two in real life pilots working together. Indeed, Dashcam. No, don't worry. I didn't take it that way. I am talking to myself when I say I should have done it by now. Someone says Air Force proud 95 flying Airbus like Boeing. Makes my blood boil. Love his content. Oh, yeah, it's good content. And Air Force Proud's videos always have a nice sense of, you know, they're enjoyable. But it's not that he's not pretending to know the differences between them. I mean, I'm not sure. Is he flying airliners now? Has he got an airline job? I mean, in the US over the last couple of years, the market's picked up a lot. Collab with Air Force Proud 95. I don't think I'd have the influence there to get that far. Dougal says about if it was me and Flight Deck to Sim, it'd be a sparring match between Airbus and Boeing. MSGM would like a 787 video stream. Yeah, we never streamed the 78, did we? We just did a video. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that update. JJ's just ahead. Excellent. Oh yeah, and I got this. Someone suggested this. Ah, it's working now. It wasn't working when the aircraft was depowered. Autopilot off. And there you go. Yes, it does work. Interesting the way you can actually see it moving back across. It's like dampening itself. How interesting. I wonder if that's to do with the way they've tuned the handling of this aircraft. Very strange that when I push the nose down and then let go, it keeps climbing again. This is something I wanted to do actually. I wanted to do a bit of flying of this airplane and just see. So let's leave the input viewer up. Now the problem here is the input viewer isn't showing what I'm inputting. I'm putting nose down now and you can see it actually, I'm still holding, I've got full nose down on my joystick and it's just not showing you that. So it's not actually proving that useful. So I might get rid of that. Yeah, I'm surprised. Autopilot's off. I should be able to just shove the nose down to that -15 until it overspeeds and then it should pick the nose up. But it's not letting me do that. And then I should let go and it should stay with the nose down. But instead it's returning it. Strange. Very strange. I'll wind the altitude out of the way to stop that noise. Let's turn off the flight directors. Let's proceed. It should have a bird. It does have the bird. Let's take out the auto thrusts. Okay. Let's try out some of the flight dynamics. Bernard says, just play his I Love Airbus video, that'll stop him. Okay. Don wants an Airbus versus Boeing dogfight with like this in. There you go, dogfight would be a good one. Being on the beach from the start, says Mariner Halley, 787 is a really good plane. Now that's really exciting. That's great. That's just what it says. The lighting is highlighting the fingerprints. Lighting is highlighting the fingerprints on the displays. That says me. Yeah. Sadly, that is it. I was flying recently and I was flying an ILS and I was flying it manually and there was a fingerprint right on one, or right just on the scale of the glide slope. Someone obviously pointed at it at some point and yeah, it was not sitting well with me to see. So, full lift, left stick. I'm expecting it to stop at 66 degrees, which it does. A bit aggressive, fighting its way back. If I let go, it should go to 33. No. I'm not entirely convinced about the tuning of the flight dynamics in this one. It should go to 66, and it should let me stay there. Unless you stall. Okay, he's managing now. Down to -15. There we go. So maybe we were just a bit fast earlier, even so. And now if I go full up, it should go to 2.5 G, which it has. Now it's reducing it. A little bit. That's a little bit. Not quite smooth. It should stop at 30, which it has. It's getting the nose down pretty quickly now. And we'll better go toga. Okay. Yeah, not quite as smooth as real aircraft, but the principles are there. There's our contrails up and down. Sick pads being handed out. Yes. Oh yes. Silly me. Before we do flight testing. Seatbelts on. Yeah. Okay. What else did I want to see? I don't. Nose down. No, I should let go and it should stay there. Okay. It works here. It must be to do with how fast we were. It was trying to prevent an overspeed of some variety. Again, not what I would expect. I'd expect it to do it later, but there we go. Flight path angle seems to be working nicely. Slightly above when we're climbing. Slightly below when we're descending. Let's try banking to the left again. Full. Now I let go. I want 33. There we go. Spot on. Okay, nice. Yeah. Looks good. Yeah, people will be feeling pretty sick. It should basically handle just like the A320. Whatever's behind is going to be a great air show indeed, yeah. Okay, now they're going to catch up as we've slowed right down in all that fun. Let's go autopilots, auto thrusts. Oh yeah, should have done flight directors first. There we go. Levers to climb. You'll notice that that's essentially the same. We're heading vertical speeds. So we're leaving in heading for now. Actually, let's do direct. And that is VS400 nav. Go back up to 38. Is 380 our plan? Yeah, 380. Oh, 400 at Sastro. Let's do it. Max 410. So yeah, we can do 400. Up we go. Awesome. So Mac, vertical speed 800, out blue 400, nav, and autopilot 1. Good stuff. So we're still just skirting along the side of Sydney, and then we're breaking off towards Melbourne. FS Realistic would have had the crying on. Oh dear. Dan J. Suresh says, currently using headphones for all audio. Planning to get PC speakers for game audio and headset for ATC. Anyone else do this? Yeah, it depends what headphones you have. It's a good idea, but it would muffle your game sounds, of course. Because remember, we wear headsets in real life, flying airplanes, and we buy ones or use ones specifically to block out the sound of the airplane. So it depends on what you'd like to hear. Ben says, mad cackling, I love it, what a machine. You'd need Flow Pro for proper input indications then. Yeah, it's a shame. I was hoping that would be quite useful, but actually that's not really going to work because it's definitely not showing what I'm inputting. James says, had a 275 knot headwind earlier. Oh dear. That's not going to work. It's still steadier than my flights, is James. Where is James? Bernard says, apparently Phoenix... Yes, so let's talk about it. I can't believe we haven't yet. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I've done a video on it. And in that video, because the news came out and I was surprised. And then I just sat on my hands for a minute and we got an update from Microsoft. No surprise, because that news came out as part of an Xbox sort of showcase, didn't it? And we are Sorry, 1 second. Give me 1 second. So, before I get on to that, I want to quickly answer Tord's question. Tord asked, there was talk about an ILS being gradually phased out on the VATSIM Discord a while back. Is GPS INS with the GBAS the desired target solution? If so, is this global or regional strategy? Good question. I don't think ILSs will be phased out anytime soon. They are uniquely good. GBAS is very good, but GPS is not reliable all the time. So radio navigates are still going to have their use. INS is good. And with GBAS that would be great, but again, if it relies on GPS, then that's not going to be reliable. So you'd need to keep your ILSs running. So that's what I would say to that. You don't see GBAS in Europe, so that's an American thing. But yeah, it's interesting. But I personally, I think one day, yeah, sure. Why wouldn't you phase out ILSs? But for now, I think that's quite a way off. Anyway. Thank you. Thank you again for the very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. Tord says... Yes, so here we go. So if you go to the Discord, 320 Sim Pilot Discord, as Tord was saying there, you can go to the Microsoft Flight Simulator's general chat section. So it's in the Microsoft Flight Simulator section, general chat. And yeah, the worry is... we were all surprised by this announcement, and we sat on our hands, and out came the announcement from Microsoft overnight, which is good news, which revealed a few things. And it revealed, one, that it is a standalone sim, and two, that everything should transfer across. As I said in my video, we don't know what that means. What does should or virtually all? It's not everything, is it? And it's talking more about the marketplace, which is obviously what they're invested in, and it's not compared to it's not talking about third-party apps. So, yeah, I ultimately, as I said in the video, think it's a good thing. I can understand frustration, but I think the frustration is, well, I paid for all these updates and sceneries and so on for Microsoft. Why are you now releasing a new sim and making that sort of redundant? But I would suggest the counterpoint, which is, well, it's 4 years into the life of that they're going to release the new one. It's not out yet. They said that they will continue to support 2020, so that is crucial. So they will continue to support it. Hopefully that means as 2024 comes out and we see improvements in it, that we get those improvements in 2020. Also, and I'm talking about things there like if they ever make a replay tool, ever. For me, I think it would have been nice if they had just made it a paid expansion to 2020. I wouldn't have cared if it was a paid expansion and it cost the full price of a game, because frankly they've given us more content than we could have ever asked for the entry price. I'm still genuinely surprised by how much we have in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, A310, the Maverick stuff, the world updates, all fantastic. We know what we think about the issues, so the sim updates, but the world updates and the content have been undeniably excellent. And yeah, I think it's fair enough that they want to, or they are entitled to, launch a new sim for the new purchase price. You do wonder why change simulator? Is there going to be new features in this new sim? Because it seems from the trailer very focused on the missions, which is a good thing, I think. I enjoyed the missions. I want voiceovers and all of that stuff. I want to be searching for giraffes and just like we were in FSX. But that's just perhaps me just looking at the past. But yeah, I would pay the entry price of a new simulator for what they're showing in the trailer, which is helicopters, cargo, firefighting, Canadair, Beluga XL, A400M, Antarctic missions, private jet missions, I mean, that's an expansion worth the money in my eyes, if it's all there and it's all as good as we like it to be. The question is, will the world look any better? Will the weather engine be better? Because this one is already so excellent. You know, what's going to be different? Frankly, it all looked very similar. I think the waves looked a bit better on the oil rig scene, but aside from that, that remains to be seen, doesn't it? What's going to happen with that side of things? But yeah, they said an updated version of the Asobo game engine, so I'll be curious. And will I be able to put add-ons in? Would this Headwind, you know, just copy and paste into the new sim in the community folder? Is it going to be the same style, or would it be much more difficult? That's another question to answer, isn't it? The only thing, the drawback here, and I can understand this, is if you're a developer or if you buy aircraft third party, like for example the Phoenix, do you know if it's going to work in your new sim? Maybe, because having 2 Microsoft Flight Simulators installed is not going to be a very practical solution. They're very big. So that's, you know, will it drop in natively without any fiddling? We don't know. But remember, I personally think it's unlikely. I think there will need to be an update to the aircraft to move them across to some extent. But they say that the marketplace virtually all will be compatible. So is that because they're going to be outdated, or is that because they're going to make sure the simulator can just recognise them in the same way? I don't know. Dennis says, I mean, they made a replay tool in FSX. Why can't they in 2020? Agreed. The other says, problem if they make it an expansion, then people who don't have it yet need to buy Microsoft Flight Simulator first. There you go. Fair point. And obviously they're trying to attract people with the idea of these fun missions. All the devs were taken completely by surprise as to Google. Yeah, it's interesting that. Very interesting. I suppose because it had to come out at that point. James says, I bought the Bose A20. They are awesome but hurt the pay. Wish I could use them for this. Yeah, the Bose A20 are fantastic. Agreed. Totally agreed. MSJN says, I think they'll keep adding features to 2020 until 2024 is released, and then it'll just be bug fixes. Agreed. I think that's likely. I don't think we'll see much more content for it after that point. But again, I think they've more than fulfilled their content, but I do think the bug fixes have taken a bit longer to come out than perhaps we'd have liked. James says, do you remember the oil rig and jet dual engine Hawaii missions in FSX? They were so good. Exactly. That's the sort of thing we want. That's what we want. They showed us some season support. They did, yes. Although we already had winter, but yes. They showed the seasons. That's true. And here we go. As Bernard says, to achieve this unprecedented level of accuracy, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is powered by the significantly evolved Asobo Studio engine. Yeah, so significantly evolved is concerning, isn't it? Will stuff just translate into it or not? That's the question. Birdman says, I think 2024 will be more Toy Town, moving away from study level stuff. But everyone said that about 2020. So I don't know. I doubt it. I think we'll have the same thing. I mean, it would be madness if 2024 didn't have all the same things available, a world map, a free flight mode and all this stuff. I'm just expecting to have the missions. There is a question of, well, what happens to like the Maverick missions? Will they disappear in the past, in 2020? Will they not be there? Bernard said season support was promised in 2020 at launch. There you go. Good memory. Mike Bakey says the puddles on the ground were interesting. It was not raining, and in 2020 it seems to be that puddles disappear within seconds of the rain stopping. Yeah, fair. Yeah, they did look good. I mean, it is a year out, and these were presumably carefully collected clips, but even so, it did look great. But then, you can make amazing videos in 2020. And it's a significantly evolved engine 1.02 to 1.03. Peter says, I bought the PMG 737 through the marketplace, so you'd assume that add-ons would be compatible. So this is what seems to be the implication. Unless they're talking only about Sobo sort of stuff, surely if you bought the PMG on the marketplace, it sounds like it's supposed to work. They said virtually all, which would suggest it's very similar underneath the hood, which would be good news. Unless we need to wait for PMG to patch it. But will PMG be upset about this? You know, are they going to expect to be able to charge for an upgrade fee to go from 2020 to 2024? You know, if it requires them work to make it compatible, would they expect that? You know, this is all questions. All questions. If I buy the 777, let's say PMG release the 777 before 2024 comes out, should I wait? Should I wait for the 24 version? It's a lot. It's still a lot to answer. A lot to answer. But the principle behind it, I think, is fine. And also, remember, Sims used to come out every 2 years. So, Flight Dispatch 320. Thanks so much, Flight Dispatch, for the $27.48 tip. Very, very kind. Flight Dispatch says, just to thank you for the time and effort you put into transfer your knowledge, love and passion for aviation to us, your brilliant community. So treat yourself to a coffee in the AM and a few beers in the PM after your last sector of your working week. Thank you so much, Flight Dispatch. Really, really appreciate it. I hope you treat yourself as well in the busy, hot summer running around, sorting out load sheets and things. It must be chaotic, but I really appreciate it. You're very welcome. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for making it so enjoyable for me to come and do these streams. You know, it's a real treat for me. So that's very, very generous. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Very, very kind. Yeah. Very humbling. George says, evening, catching you on my way home. Good flight so far. Yes, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Thank you, George. I hope you had a good day. Sven says, I read one comment. They are struggling to get the worst bits out of 2020. How they will support 2020 and 2024. That's something I fear as well. Well, that's it, isn't it? Like, maybe they need the new engine to be able to do replays, for example. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I don't mind buying a new sim. That's easy for me to say, because I have a YouTube channel based on it, so obviously I will, but I still think it's 4 years of content has been good value. I don't think anyone who bought Flight Simulator 2020 can complain about the value. The third party issue remains to be seen. It'll be down to the developers and what they say. Simon says, we just need X-Plane to have better graphics. Don says, I guess it's a pain for third-party developers to maintain two different versions. Indeed. So how closely are these two going to be run? Like I say, will the only difference be the content, as in the missions, and will the actual sims be basically the same underneath? If they do that, it seems crazy to launch a new sim, doesn't it? So that, I find that unlikely. I feel like there must be a difference underneath somewhere, which would suggest there will be some challenges. Dispatch says chaotic, but I love it. That's good. That's how you're enjoying it. And thank you again for the tip. Really appreciate it. JJ says, Flight Simulator 2024 add-ons that were purchased from the in-simulator marketplace will not need to be repurchased in Microsoft 2024. Yes, there you go. Yes, exactly. So that would suggest things like the PMDG. So I wonder if PMDG knew that. Because, yeah, that is exactly the point, isn't it? Yeah, so I've purchased a lot of my aircraft because they often come out elsewhere first, so I have to hope that if the marketplace version transfers across, I'm hoping that my separately installed one from Sim Market or wherever it will also transfer across, or the PMDG website. Multiple Work 2 says JJ. So it's, yeah, if they're willing to say this, you'd hope that it's not going to be an issue, but we'll see. Captain Kevin says, I fully support paying for Microsoft Flight Simulator every 4 years as long as we can bring in all our payware. Fair, yeah. But there will come a point where the payware will be limiting, if the developer stops developing for it, and then it's not compatible, because we need them to be able to change the simulator underneath as well, of course. Mr. Banana says, I don't want to wait another 4 years for aircraft to be released. No, me either. Then that's the worry. But I don't think that's likely. Given what they've said, if it does require work, it should be quick, not years. It's not redeveloping the aircraft. And that's the magic. Let's not forget, that's the magic of having a sim updated like this. That's the magic of it becoming 2024 and then 2028 or whatever they choose to do. What we don't want them to do is work with this one and keep it going for 10 years without being able to change the underlying simulator and then having to change everything when we could have had a gradual improvement the whole time to the core simulator. Because, like I say, we used to get a new one every 2 years, and then we were quite happy with, we had FSX for 10 years, and then we get 2020, and suddenly we're complaining. I'm not saying we're complaining, but you know what I mean. I can feel the concern, and I totally get it. It's definitely valid concern. But once I thought about it, I came to this conclusion. Bernard says, if everything works and it's the same content plus new missions, again, why isn't it an update as was promised when they launched 2020 with a 10-year roadmap? But they've said they'll continue with the roadmap. But yeah, why isn't it an update? I know. My concern is, like I say, they've said everything will transfer across, great. But if it's that easy and things are that similar, unless they've done something really clever where you can bring aircraft from this sim into the new one and it will recognise everything the same but also apply the new lighting and textures, which may be the case. Maybe it can just automatically do that. Or maybe they're not changing much with the airplanes and it's the core sim, it's the weather engine and the other things. I don't know. Captain Kevy says, I wonder how fly-by-wire have taken its use. Yeah, indeed. I'm curious if anyone, Chaos, still here. This must be, I suppose they'll wait and see. They've got the same questions we do, I imagine. Yeah. Bernard says money. Well, they need to raise money, and I can understand that. Oh, the roadmap finishes December 2023. Oh, there you go. Sorry, George, I haven't heard of that. George Lumpkin asking about an ATPL modular course. I haven't learned about that. Something I've learned recently from people who've done modular courses is if you have the option not to pay up front, so if you're paying for a full course up front, it's very risky because flight schools have failed recently and people have lost a lot of money. So just be very careful if you're paying up front, or try to avoid paying up front for anything. As in advance, I mean. Sorry, not up front, but in advance. Sadly, I don't know the... I don't know the school. Alex says, would be interesting to see the recommended specs. Yeah, if it's running on Xbox, then surely the recommended specs can't get too much worse. MSGN says, I guess that's at us soon enough. Indeed, yeah. Indeed. Godspeed fly-by-wire says, getting heavy, yeah. Flight dispatch and see contrails, excellent. Catching up. JD wants a bigger map. Yeah. Well, that's it, isn't it? Like, imagine if they... Yeah, what they can't do is launch 2024 and say, well, it's just missions. That wouldn't be good. Liana says, fly-by-wire have the same questions, but not really concerned. It doesn't really affect things. Part of the community support. There we go. Adam says, this is a long flight, Captain. Starting descent soon? Let's have a look. Well, no. 100 miles to go. Relatively soon. Probably should have done a few more systems checks and fuel checks, but we've been chatting so much. There you go. It did say out of fuel transferred, but that's no longer the case. I don't know if the 330 has a different fuel transfer system. Ah, they got the right brakes. That's cool. Very good. I like it. Very good. So yeah, they modified the pages. Excellent. Release is a year away. There's practically no info, so no reason to get upset. Agreed. I would agree with that. James says, I'm going to be interested to see how they can make it better. Think of what we have already. Like what Phoenix, they're already amazing. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be on the cards. I think it's going to be missions, and then developers will bring their aircraft over. I don't think, for now, it's not like they did a technical demonstration of the systems underneath that will allow for better high detailed aircraft, is it? They made it clear what the focus was, which was an amazing set of missions. And frankly, if you look at the reactions in the comments on YouTube, there's the hardcore flight simmers like us, but there's a lot of people who are just sort of vaguely interested in simulator or flight simulator, and there's a lot of very positive comments. So I don't think it's a bad move. So, question there, how come your fuel page says 18 tons? So it asks Adam, but your fuel on board says 12. So this is the fuel used. So we've burnt 19 tons of fuel. And that adds up to 8, and 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12 tons. Dennis says, will you revisit X-Plane 11 since it's the first sim you showcased it? No, I've pretty much uninstalled X-Plane 11. I just have it in case I need it for certain technical reasons. I've removed all the scenery. I'll use X-Plane 12 instead, definitely. Very fond of X-Plane 11, and it was brilliant for us, but yeah. No worries, Adam. No worries at all. That's what I'm here for. Let's have a look at this arrival then. Look at that journey we've made. So, just grab a weather. Oh yeah, they're loaded in now. So I'm going to set up the airplane, then I'm going to start cooking dinner at the top of descent, or I'll be in trouble. Wings Alliance is free. They help you choose courses with quality schools, Bristol, Oxford, etc., with an airline assessment at the end and employment help. Interesting. Yep. The printer does work, Dennis. Yep. I'm very happy about that. Prints. There's even a tearing sound of the paper there. That's great. Then you click it, it tears, and it goes over here. Windy still from the north, Cavalcade, 10 degrees, winter. That is a wintry day. So here's our arrival. It's going to put us in a good place for what we want to do. Yeah, okay. So flight plan. We're going to arrive on the north facing runway. So I'll do an ILS please on 2. No, I won't. That can't be true. So there's only non-precisions on the 3-4 in a place like Melbourne. Only RNF says Malk 51. Thanks, yeah. There you go, James. You'll be the only one flying the approach nice and the easy way. Hello, sorry about that. Right. Sorry, I had to take a call there. Yeah, connection's fine. That was my sim. So, anyway, can the fly-by-wire currently fly? Can this version fly an RNAV? It won't fly the vertical part, but it can fly the lateral part, and then I can begin the descent, or we can just do a VOR. Let's do the RNAV. The RNAV should line us up better because we don't have to base it off the VOR. It'll be a little harder to judge the distances, but we shall find out. Our arrival will be the Warren. Warren A Victor, which takes us to Sheed. No buyer, insert. So let's see how that looks. Plan. Oh, that's not good at all. If it shows the RNAV, it can probably fly it, says Diana. Yeah, so disappointingly, it seems to cut us inside Bogsy, which is no good for what we want to fly. Ah, the end of this puzzle. What is going on here? So Sheed is next to this. Why on earth would it cut you in that tight? None of the arrivals do that. So that must be the wrong, it's the wrong arrival. It says for runway 34, but that's utterly pointless. 8 Alpha is better. Okay, let's do the 8 Alpha. Well, that's for the other runways. I assume you'd be radar vectored, but that's really strange. Well, what we're going to do in this case is we can't do that, so I'm going to cut off from Warren and go to Actil. So if anyone's flying along, that's my plan. I'm going to cut that corner. Good. Ah, fuel transfer. Has it happened? Now it is happening. There we go. Yeah, that's the plan for that. And then to fly the approach, it will do the lateral nav. Excellent. Thanks, Bernard. That's what we'll do then. Oh, whoa, loaded in some weather there, I think. Yeah. So we're not too worried about what that does, but we're going to get ourselves established on the centre line via Actil. We'll leave Actil, 2.7 miles to Bosky, which should appear up here. We will begin our descent. So let me write this down, because that chart's going to get hard to read in the heat of the moment. Into 2,500 feet at Actil, then just under 2.5 miles. Then we descend at 2.7 to Bosky, sorry. Then we start down. It's a 3-degree slope. That's easy, so we'll do it in track FPA. Fully configured, and down we go. So it's going to be sort of a manual approach. Minima, we've got to use just the LNAV minima. So yeah, pretty reasonable, and we should be visual fairly quickly. Autopilot off, flight directors off, bird on. Autopilot off, flight directors off, bird will already be on. And we'll take over and land. Nice long runway. It is 3,600 meters. I really am hoping that low flat fall will work. We'll definitely do a flat fall for the first one in this aircraft. First landing, so I just need to remember probably to flare a bit higher, I guess. I don't know. 02022, windy day. It's good headwind for performance reasons. Temperature 10, QNH 109. Good, New Zealand's getting the much nicer weather, no doubt. Oh. Minima 780. Config full. If we go around flaps, track straight ahead to MMLSH, and then 340, just straight ahead. Climb to 4,000 feet. There it is. Let's put the runway in here. YMML34. Good. Airfield elevation, it is 12 hectopascals. Brilliant. Why would you write it like that? So yeah, 330 feet. Fine. So yeah, that would give us a run out of around 2,800 feet on the QNH. So we need to check that. Vitally important that you have your QNH right for a non-precision approach, because of course as we descend we're basing this all on our altimeter, which can only be accurate if we've set it correctly. There's the constraints, but we're going to ignore most of those and go to Actil, 185 knots. So we'll reach Actil, flap 2. We'll leave Actil, and we'll go gear down, flap 3, and then 2.7 to Boxy. So let me get this right. So at 3.2, I'll go flap full, and then at 3, I'll pull for the FPA. Okay, so there's a bit of a plan. How are we doing for distance now? 157, almost time to descend. Now, no VNAV, but that's fine. We'll do it on the distance here. Does it have a descent speed? 289. It should show a Mach, actually. It should say sort of 8.1 or whatever. But let's put in a descent speed of... We're in a 330. Let's do 330 knots. I don't want to pre-select it. Sorry, I want it I want to command it. That's not going to let me do that because it doesn't have the V-nav, I suppose. There we go, we'll pre-select 330. Got a strong headwind now. So there we go. So that's the plan, really. Then after landing, locate to the right, go and park up on the terminal. Have a well-earned break. Might come off here. 3.6, we'll see. I don't know how well it slows down. Could do some manual braking to come off here. Anything else about the non-precision approach? So yeah, so for those of you watching, we're going to fly this as a full-on stabilized non-precision approach, selected modes, where I will leave it in LNAV mode, so we'll go direct ACTIL, I'll leave it in nav, but then I'll put it in track FB8 and start the descent using the flight path angle. That way it will fly that angle, so 3 degrees down the slope. Will be fully configured before we go down the slope in order to make sure that it will not balloon off the profile as it does it. That's the plan. Bernard says, living in Australia is the chief reason I can't wait for final app support in the A320X. Fair enough. Robert's doing the ILS-27. Excellent, Robert. Captain KV is doing the ILS-2. FO's not helped, James. No, FO is snoozing. And she's walked past occasionally to get some food, I think. Is there a way to C-set the selected barrier without leaving standard? No. It's called backsetting. Some pilots do it, where you go like this. You go QNH, you set 1009, and then you go back to standards. Oh, not QFE, QNH, 1009, standard. But I don't like doing it. I personally don't do it. I'd rather check it properly when I set it later, rather than assuming I set it correctly earlier in the cruise. The plus side of setting it now is that it's one less thing to do later, and it can reduce some of the workload later on in the busy moments. But still, that's just me. Marina Halley says, Anna 34, excellent, excellent, diving in with us. I'm looking forward to it. And we got land ahoy, we're crossing the border, we've done it. Lovely machine to do it in. I'm assuming in flight the speed brakes work. Yes. You can see them moving. There they are. Same as the fly-by-wire though, it's raising them all, and I don't think it should. I'm not 100% sure on the 330, but we'll be able to tell actually from the flight control page. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, but not the inboard ground one. It should be the inboard 3. There we go. Right. I'm going to go and start the oven because I need to, and I'm running late now. So I'll be back in just a moment. And then we'll get our descent going, and we'll be high and fast for the descent, as ever. 26 miles, down we go. Sorry about that. Has to get dinner cooking, or I'll be in big trouble. New Zealand 129, descending flight level 100. Let's start down as always. First start open descent, it's gone to 330 knots. Now that's not what it should do, it should be on a Mach and then convert. So let's just put in 83, thrust start open descent, out blue 100, down from flight level 400, here we go.
Jetstar 282, descending flight level 100, inbound to Melbourne.
Such good scenery, as always.
As we have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down
Company
toward
New Zealand
destination.
129, I'll
Now
make
would be
sure
time
to
to wrap
keep
up any
the
business you
pressure
need to take
to
care
you
of as
and
we
myself
prepare
and
for
say I'm
off-road.
pretty close.
If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated till your
Oh, I didn't hear what James said there.
Flight attendants, please
V1's
take
talking
that
over him. Someone says longest stream for a while. Indeed, yeah. I thought, as I've been unable to get the streams done like I wanted, I thought it'd be nice to do a bit of a longer one for once. And we've got the, you know, a long haul aeroplane, so I thought it seemed appropriate. So down we go. Distance to the runway, 85. We're at 37. So we are high, by any measure of the word. Paul Prawn says that Musaka might be getting a bit crispy. Yeah, it's a risk I'm having to take. This had better be a quick approach, and we better get landed on the first attempt. This was a worry of mine. But otherwise I'd have to leave it sort of 10,000 feet, or as we start the approach, just turn it on. But it says, I didn't know V1 worked in New Zealand there. No, nor did I. Dennis, sadly I can't use VNAV for this one. It's not in this version of the Headwind. So 30 we need 90 plus slowing down. We've got 77. We're not ridiculously far off. I'm just going to keep the speed up. Got a headwind. So if we keep the speed up, we can probably make up some of that ground. What I am going to do is sequence the flight plan. We'll go Warren to the start of the approach. Yeah, here's something I don't do very often. Acdel. Let's see if it works. So you select Warren, and then I put in Acdel. Warren Acdel. There you go. There's a neat way of connecting it up. It didn't work there. It has not done it properly. It hasn't deleted the ones in between. Okay. What a mess. There it is. Alright, we got there. Down we go. Terrain, how's it looking? 3-3, it's not actually that high. And we're going to be nice and visual. Not as bad a day as I thought it would be. No, Kaniwala, ETOPS would be 120 minutes on single engine, and there are longer ones now. You can have over 300 minutes on single engine, yeah. So you're close, but it's not 120 miles, it's 120 minutes. And that minutes is based on single engine cruising time. Could have done direct to Agdale, frankly, Dennis, yeah, that would have worked as well. Or been better, but... So you could do, but I was trying to show you a way. If you were halfway through a flight, if you did that and you had lots of waypoints, that would be a neat way of joining them up. Sometimes their traffic will say to you route to Miller and then after that Warren and skip out all the other stuff in between. They do sometimes do that, so that's a way to do it. Kenny, well, I was thinking minutes per time miles. Yeah, exactly. Right, 63 miles to go. We need 75. We need about 85. We're not getting as much speed out of this airplane as I thought we would. Seems a little slow in it just now. Let's get the recorder up and running. Yeah, Liana, yeah, that's thunderstorms passing through the UK, if that's where you are. Yeah, they make a strange day of it, don't they? Down to 10 tons, we've burnt 20 tons of fuel, very good. Indeed, we will need our speed brakes. This is the reality I'm facing here, because we just can't get the speed on. I don't know why we're only descending at 320 knots. Seems slow. It is slow. You can do faster than this in 320. So what we'll do, back to the wing. Get the speed brakes out. Diving down. Head ears are popping just watching. Is that something you ever suffer with, or any secrets on how to stop it? You get used to it, so I don't even notice my ears popping. If I do notice my ears popping, then it's usually a sign that we're climbing faster or slower than normal. But on a normal flight, I don't tend to notice it at all. Yeah, advice, have a sweet or something, so you're sort of swallowing all the time, and then you basically keep repressurizing your ears gradually rather than suddenly. So you'll do lots of little repressurizations as you swallow, rather than one big one when your ears start to hurt. Someone says it seems floaty on descent. Yeah. Again, the speed, I don't know why. I can't believe the 330 is limited to 320 knots in the descent, but here we are. Approaching flight 100. Let's carry on down. 5,000. How far out are we now? 43. Well, we're coming back in. Speed brake's going away. We're in front of the pack. Let's set up the platform. We might as well. 2,500. And we'll go to the QNH 1009. As you were telling me, people were telling me last time that yeah, there's 1009 there. YNNL. That the setting B can cause some issues. Can't fully remember what with, but yeah, there we go. 10,000 feet, so we need 30 miles plus slowing down, so we need about 40 miles. That's what we've got. Speed limit exceeded. No problem. I'd have asked their traffic for high speed. Slam dunk approach, indeed. Indeed. Ruben says, I love your Phoenix videos, man. Watch them all full. That's very kind. Thanks, Ruben. Really appreciate it. Flight dispatcher slowing down is only 5 nautical miles behind. That's pretty impressive. You've caught up very well. Thanks for the subscription, Cheeseburger. Crazy scenery. Melbourne, this launch 3 years ago, Microsoft Flight Simulator's launch, had that funny vertical tower thing, didn't it? Or was it the hole? It had that massive hole. One of those. There's some weird glitch here, I remember. Yeah. Well, those speed brakes were far too effective. Way better than I thought they'd be. 600 feet per minute is speed. And I'm going to keep the speed up. Conscious of traffic behind. Now, doing this is not not necessarily what you would do. If there's any traffic around, you wouldn't go this fast. And also, you've got to remember, if you hit a bird at this speed, it's going to be quite damaging. It's such a beautiful aeroplane, though. So, talk about landing rates there, I can see. So excuses, remember, excuses I have are I've literally never landed the Headwind A330. I've never tried. I don't know what it's like. So I'm going to try and just flare it like the 320 and see if that works. And I hope it does. There's Melbourne. Some code likes the smooth shark. See, I'm not so sure about it. I find it to be a little bit weak, but people seem to like it. It looks prettier from above than it does on the ground when you see it sort of... when it's not flexed up. When it's flexed like that, it does look quite nice in the air, I suppose. To me, it looks modified. It looks like they've got normal wing and they've stuck something on the end of it in an attempt to modernise. I don't know. It doesn't feel as blended, perhaps, as some of the others. Being very, very fussy there. Now that's a bit concerning. I don't like the way we have a broken line there. Why have we got that? Bogsdale. This isn't going to work. Slow down. Activate the approach phase. And go to checklists. Approach. Oh yeah. They can come on now. Seatbelts can definitely be on. Barref, we're on 1009. Seatbelts on. Minimums are set. Auto brake low. Engine mode state norm. Next is the landing. But that's not going to work. Peter floated with the 330. Okay, interesting. This is a shame. I should have definitely set up the VOR. We don't have time to reconfigure for it. Barely got time to bring up the chart. I don't think there's any point trying that. If the green line looks like that, there's no way. As we saw earlier, there's no way it's going to work correctly. So let's do VOR 34. Let's bring the chart up. Okay, platform's 3,000 feet. Let's stop descent at 4, which we know is safe. It's above the MSA in this area. It was 4.5 over there, actually. But we're going to stop at 4. We are visual. And we're going to brake off to the left. So let's go heading. Speed, vertical speed, heading. Outloop 4,000. I'll leave it coming back to green dot. That's absolutely fine. If you don't want to burn any fuel for the fun of it. Out star. New Zealand 129. I'm going to be braking off the approach for 3-4, making a left-hand orbit, initially south before returning for the VOR 3-4. Right, left turn. Initially. Now this is where you need 2 pilots, but that's fine. Passengers will be wondering what's going on now. They may well not notice though. So yeah, having 1 pilot heads down like this, you would definitely have the other flying the airplane properly. VOR 3-4, we don't need a star. Insert. That should go by a toner, which it does. Okay. Actually, we might, well, let's see what happens. Let's go flap 1. So speed is good. Flap 1. We're sort of getting ourselves in a position to begin this. So it's the same principle, but it begins at 3,000 feet, and we descend at 9.7 on the VOR. As we get closer, we are going to disconnect the autopilot, flight directors off, and line up at the runway ourselves because it's slightly misaligned because of the factors of VOR. The DME is based on the VOR, not the threshold, so we won't be using this one. And I'm going to need to tune the VOR of 1141, which is tuned on both sides. Let's just hard tune it so it doesn't go anywhere. inbound course 346. And then what I can do is I can go to VOR there. Okay, we've got traffic behind us now, so it'd be a bit mean of me to cut in front of them, even though we are pretty much ready to go. Let's see, how are we going to do this? Are they going for 27? Let's turn towards Tonar and see what happens. So, Tonar. New Zealand 129. We're now turning right towards Tonar for the VOR runway 34. So we're making a straight-in approach from the south to 34. Current range to the airport of 17 miles. See what the others are doing. There's a colleague behind. Let's think. Let's go down to 3000s. Vertical speed, 700s. Minimum now, it's not 780, it's 760. It's funny to have better minimum than VOR.
Jetstar 282, 3 miles from Axel for the RMP approach runway 34.
Okay, Jetstar's... Okay, yeah. No chance that's going to work. Let's go left. Stay over the water. Down at 3000s, no problem. New Zealand 129, breaking off the approach. We will hold out to sea and join the approach afterwards. It's only fair. We were the ones we weren't ready. Flare height for the real 330-340, says Captain Meow. It's 40 feet read out, 10 feet higher than the 320. Not sure how the one in Microsoft Flight Simulator behaves. Interesting. Straight in towards Musaka, says Bernard. Yeah, I know. I'm looking at my watch now. It's been 15 minutes, so it's okay. It'll survive another 10 minutes.
Melbourne traffic, Jetstar 220, also holding out to sea for traffic, and we'll join in behind the New Zealand.
There you go. A plan is coming together. This is good stuff.
Jetstar 282, fully established, final approach track, RMP, runway 34 on Melbourne.
I'm going to keep the left turn going. Our colleague, the Jetstar behind us, has gone left too. So if I do a left turn, a long way round, that should line us up. We're nice and slow now. That's going to bring us back in towards... There we go. Turn up. Tone on. Now here's the funny thing. We're flying a VOR. I've got the VOR showing. This would be the official VOR page. But we can also just have the needle showing and let it fly it in LNAV. Because as long as we're monitoring it using the raw data of the needle in the background, that's allowed. This air traffic controllers are very useful. Let me see on the bat scope, see what that tells us. So there's two arriving after us. We need to get in before them. So I'm going to intercept on this run round. So let's do another direct. Otherwise this will become a real mess. Tonar.
New Zealand 909 on final approach for runway VOR 632 behind Jetstar.
Okay, so there's... I think that's Jetstar and James. So now... Let's do another Tonar. Tonar nav. New Zealand 129, now straight in for runway 34 VOR. Current range 17 miles. Good. So 3,000 feet.
On the traffic, I will just slow my approach to give New Zealand 129 a
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the very kind colleagues here. I think this is working out. I left more of a gap than I need to. I didn't realise.
Jetstar 220, I'm currently about 4 miles behind you, but I'm slowing to my minimums to keep the distance.
Copy, thank you. I'm currently 180 knots, New Zealand 129. I'm causing a slight issue.
That's fine. I'm currently at 160, Jetstar 220.
At Boxy.
Okay. So, colleague behind is slower, that's good. I'm doing 180. Now, in real life, I'd be a bit quicker. I wouldn't maybe put flat 1 out for the holding there. That's just, I was put flat 1 out with the hope that we maybe could turn straight in, but that hasn't happened. Anyway, here we are. We're beginning the approach. Time to focus up. 3,000 feet at Tonar, max 185. So, actually, pretty appropriate speed. It's at 9.7 miles we begin our descent. So, it's at 10, 11, 11.7. We need to start configuring. So it's coming up. We're almost there. My low auto brake isn't sticking. There we go.
Jetstar 282.
Recording is running. Yes, thank you. Thanks, time code. Well remembered. New Zealand 129, just approaching Tonar for the RNAV 34. And there's a colleague in front. Hopefully they get turned in quickly. That's going to be pretty tight spacing. So let's start slowing down. Let's go flap 2. New Zealand 129 reducing speed to final approach speed. We're going to have to do it. There we go.
Jetstar 220, 13.5 miles on the RNAV 434, reducing to minimum approach speed.
Ooh, that's tight. 13.5. That'd be big in our rear view mirror. Can't see them though. Anyway, let's go gear down. Speed brakes. Let's put it FPA, prepare 3 degrees. Flap 3. Pull. Flap full. So we're leaving 9.7 from the Mike Lima. At 8 miles on the VOR, we should be 2450. It's been a bit slow to get going there. Oh dear. Yeah, pretty windy up here. 2450. Okay, not too bad. We'll be about 100 feet high. Mariner Halley's doing a lap at Mitcham. Excellent.
2,500.
2.5, 2.7, bit of terrain, 300 feet up. Makes sense. There's a runway. You can see that offset I was talking about because we're doing the VOR. Our VAP is going to be 140, which is going to be pretty sensible. No, it's not.
Jetstar 282, runway vacated, runway 34.
What is going on? Getting some real lag here. Right, 8 miles, we're definitely high. Should be 2450. We passed that about 0.4 late. So let's go 3.5. 7 miles, 2130. And the sim is becoming unplayable. What is going on? Let's turn that off. We'll do manual brakes. I don't know if that's causing an issue. Also, VAP 140 seems high, given that VLS is showing at 1.
New Zealand 909 clear runway 3.
But I don't want to fiddle with it just because it's 5 knots on the 320 doesn't mean it's 5 knots on this. The nose seems a little low though. I can see why it would be floaty. Let's go 136. Because the VLS is all wrong. Right, 6 miles, 1810. We're on profile. Back to 3 degrees. New Zealand 129, final to land runway 34, 5 miles. Okay, 4 miles, 1180. Sorry, 5 miles, 1490. What is going on with the frame rate? That's atrocious. I can't believe it's suddenly doing this, having got all this way. That's the super high res scenery, yeah.
Traffic 940 turns on towards Axdale.
What is going on? This is unflyable.
1000.
Stable visual. Let's get autopilot off. Flight directors off. There seems to be a real lag in the sim, which is causing it to oscillate like that.
1000.
Flight directors off. Okay.
1000.
2 whites, 2 reds. Let's keep coming down at 3 degrees. Won't bother setting the inbound track, but we are ECAM members landing the blue. 3 reds. Let's get that nose up a bit. 2 whites, 2 reds. Back to 3 degrees. Nice and gently. Okay, suddenly it's woken up. Don't know what was going on there. Okay, well now we're flying it. It's nice. It's quite enjoyable. Quite nice hand flying. Yeah, I definitely think that VAP was too fast. I don't want to be at 140.
500.
Slight nose up.
400. Minimum.
Through the gap in the trees.
$200. $100. 50. 40.
30. Idle.
20. Retard. 10.
Hold it there.
Melbourne traffic, Jetstar 220 on a 4-mile final for the RNAV for runway 34.
There's touchdown. Reverse green. Speed brakes. Decel. Some nice nose wheel sounds. Let's go manual brakes and get off the runway because I know traffic is behind us and we're light enough to do it. I think we'll come off here. 70 knots. Right. Goodness me. Let's vacate here. We made it. That was a bit stressful after all that flying.
125 leaving the hold at Mitcham. Direct Axdale for Anna 34.
Ah, there we go. Made it. Reverse idle. I'm going to leave everything running, leave the flaps out for the replay. But welcome to Melbourne. Thank you everyone for flying along. We've had so much traffic with us. It's been great fun. Let's just go and park on the nearest stand. We've been going for 4 hours. My motorcycle's going to get burnt. We got away with that, didn't we? The A330, I think, is one of the nicer landing airplanes, judging by the outside. It's got those big dangly landing gears. I'll be curious to see the replay. I don't know what happened to the frame rate there, but it's recovered nicely at the end. That was quite smooth. When I heard the 5, I was like, yeah, that's okay. It's definitely a float, but you know, you've got the touchdown zone to use. We didn't raise the nose too much or anything, just holding it there. I reckon I could have approached a couple of knots slower than that. I think it's still a little bit fast. Thanks, Dougal. Thanks for coming along. Thanks, everyone, for coming along. Thanks, RoxG85. Really appreciate it. Let's see our colleague lands. Oh, lovely. Textbook. Excellent. We're having a good day for landings. That was great. That Serious Pilot. Really enjoyed it. Thanks for flying along. Thanks to everyone for flying along. And yeah, thanks for watching along. And thank you to the Headwind team and the Fly-by-Wire team for putting together this masterpiece. This is fantastic. Really enjoy it. It's a useful, detailed, heavy aircraft.
Melbourne traffic, Jetstar 220.
I'm glad
runway
everyone was encouraging me to try this out because it's well worth it. Well worth it. If you're on the fence or you haven't bothered, I recommend it. It's the A320X experience, but with a beautiful 330 and enough details to make it feel different. certainly. And it's actually almost the funnest part is driving it around on the ground, feeling how big and heavy it is, hearing the engine noise. Fantastic. Enjoy, George. You're very welcome. I don't know why I've gone for the 45-degree stand. I fancied it today. Right. Thank you to everyone flying along. It's been really... There's another next traffic down. This has been one of our biggest, almost group flights at this point. So much traffic out there for us. It's been great fun. Nice to have some company over the water like that.
Melbourne traffic, Naga 404, vacated for
There's Naga 404 right in arrival. Thank you to them for flying along. And there's the last one left is running a little bit behind in the A320. Right. Am I allowed to say 330 greater than 777? You can say that if you like, yeah. Fair enough. 330's grown on me over the stream. Every time I fly a plane, I'm not that fussed about it. I've never thought of much of the 330 Neo as anything spectacular. There we go. Colleague join in. But then you fly them on stream and you suddenly like it. I'm sure when we get the 777 from PMDG, we'll do the same. Peter DR, thank you. Really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. So I'm going to stop the recording. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM. And I'm going to transport us back to final. Now, this is quite a nice final. It's quite pretty. I'm curious to see how this main gears handles. Thanks, Patrick. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I really enjoyed it as well. So here we go. In on final. Thanks for the subscription. And into the flare. We flared. I did about 30 in the end. I think there's a bit of extra speed in there. How does the gear react? Float, 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 float. There we go. Oh, it's good. It does the proper thing. And then it settles down. Yeah. Felt fine. Nice. Enjoyed it. Stormcode, I did the manual brake because I turned off the auto brake. I was worried that was causing some of my issues, but I don't think it was in the end. Also, I wanted to get off of that exit anyway, and my low auto brake setting wasn't going to do it because I knew we had traffic behind us. So let's put us on final. Yeah, that's just great, isn't it, this sim? Look at the scenery, look at the aircraft. What a treat. Absolute treat. Let's go to a nice view. What's the best view? I think that view. I think we'll do this view. Yeah, the DevTool replays I'm not a fan of. This one's quite good. I still find this one works. Yeah, and I'm going to say thank you all so much for coming along today. I really appreciate it. Again, sorry for the delay in streams, but I'm busy at the moment. It's going to improve a bit later as we get out of the summer, and I'm looking forward to lots of exciting things going on with the channel. So thank you for chatting. Thank you for flying. Thank you for moderating to the mods. I really appreciate it. And thank you, of course, those very kind donations and super chats. Really very kind of you. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. We'll see you again soon. We'll talk more about Flight Simulator 2024 for the next year, I'm sure, but also in plenty of new aircraft I want to try out. And yeah, please do keep safe and well, and ignore that. And we will see you again in another video or live stream or podcast soon. Thank you. Bye bye.